everybody. It is the day before Valentine's Day. How exciting! Not really. Welcome back to my YouTube show. It is Thursday, so it's time to hang out with all my good friends on social media. You guys, if you've been here before, you know the drill. Please drop your city and state so I can shout you out, see how you're doing, see where you're watching from. I hope you guys had a good week. Let me know how your week was. We're going to be getting into a couple of topics this week that are interesting. I asked this one. The guys had a lot of fun with this question. Describe how you feel if you met a woman who was beautiful, humble, yet very confident and had extremely healthy boundaries. Oh, I got so much feedback about that question in particular. Number 2, would you be offended if a woman asked to see your health results prior to you bringing up the topic of or initiating intercourse? Let's see. Oops, not letting me go. There we go. Number 3, do you consider it cheating if your girl hooked up with another woman? Number 4, you say you pick your battles. What are some things you have chosen to overlook in a relationship? And finally, number 5, what do you consider male gender roles to be in marriage? What specific tasks? All right, let's see. We got Kenny in the house. Kenny is tuning in from Washington, D.C. He just finished walking and running, not with the blonde emoji. Let's see who we've got backstage. We got my good buddy Willie joining in. Hello, hello. I see someone's getting their setup all set up. That's what's up.
Yeah, it's almost there. It's almost there.
Good to have you, sir. Very good to have you. Is that the inside of a computer? That's very cool looking if it is. Oh, that is so cool. Leave it to you to have some really dope. And of course, it's all color coordinated with your red.
Yeah, I went with a Michael Myers theme for this one.
Very nice. I'm digging it. Kenny's talking about the spreadsheet, my database. Thank you for mentioning that, Kenny. Actually, I'm going to just do a quick, if you guys don't know, my singles database is now live. It is just a spreadsheet essentially, and it lets men peruse through the database and see which women have what stats. So we got height, we got physique, we got number of kids, or how, if you have kids, do you want more kids? Are you open to being a step parent? How, are you a person of faith? Is faith a big deal to you? Where do you live? Are you willing to relocate? Like, we really get into it. And little by little, we're getting the women all set up with photos. And so it's been cool. We've been adding a couple women each day. So make sure if you are a woman, you sign up to join the database. I actually will put it in the comments right here. Let's see. There we go. Make sure you sign up. It's free to register your information. But if you want the men to contact you, you got to subscribe. So make sure you go in there and put your info in there. We already had one connection. And when it comes to my platform, we are now at 4 marriages and 3 engagements. So don't sleep on, your girl. I be trying to connect people as much as I can. All right. So let's get into the tea for the week. How many of you guys watched the Super Bowl? If you guys follow my Instagram page, you know that my guy is a huge Chiefs fan. Yeah. Excuse me. We can't really talk football in this house right now. It's a very sore subject. That was rough. And I will say this, I was kind of surprised. We went to go, where we watched Willie, but we went to go watch it. And, everyone's diehard Chiefs fans there. I couldn't believe how many people left the venue, like in the middle of the game. Like, that was wild to me. Like, once they knew they weren't winning, but I'm like, is that really a real fan to just leave in the middle? I don't know. It's like, you kind of like, well, where's your loyalty, people?
I'm a Cowboys fan, so I can't say shit. I can't say nothing. I'm a Cowboys fan. There's that.
I appreciate the honesty. It looks like we got a couple more people in the neighborhood. Y'all, let me know where you are watching from. Drop your city and state. Yes, Janice is in the house. She's tuning in from Brooklyn, New York. Happy Thursday, Janice. Good to have you. It's always nice to see who is out there. By the way, okay, in March, in April, the first week in April, we are having a town hall, a very special town hall, which the men know we have our town halls, but this one the girls are getting invited to. So anybody who is subscribed to my singles database, they are going to be invited to come and have a conversation, and we're going to just chop it up and just talk about some different topics. Let's see. Oh my. Okay. Kenny in these comments. Okay, so let's get into. Is there anything else I wanted to discuss? Oh, my database. Okay, my singles database is open, and enrollment for my group coaching program is also open. We start that in March. That's why I had March in my brain. So seats have been filling up. Right now we have 7 seats left. I cap it at 10. So if you want to be in the class, you've got to join the next 7. Pick one of the next 7 spots, and just go ahead and DM me if you need more information, or click the link in my bio that says the dating manual. All right, I think that's it for announcements. Do you have anything exciting and stimulating, or you want to share?
Nope.
You're good. Okay, awesome. All right, we're gonna get into the first question and see. Okay, I want to see if that was someone else tapping in. Y'all, let me know who's watching. Only 2 of y'all tapped in. Don't be scared. I don't bite. Let me know, and make sure you click that like button in faith that you're going to enjoy the show. All right. How would you feel if you met a woman who is beautiful, humble, yet very confident and had extremely healthy boundaries? Y'all had a field day with this question.
It's another day. There's a lot of women out there with those.
I like that. You are not what the average guy said in that group. Well, I know you're not.
Not the average guy on the post either.
I knew that. That's coming. Yeah. A lot of people had some. We'll just say. A lot of
comments. I felt bad. I'm like, damn, y'all must be dating out a rainbow, or like TJ Maxx, like on Christmas holiday after like February 15th sales. Like, where are y'all finding these women from? That was. I felt bad for me and Braven were talking about that. Like, where are they finding these women from? Because
it was dark in those comments.
I know where they are, but I also stay away from those places. So I don't ever, have to worry about that. The stuff those dudes were saying, I'm like, man, y'all talking about y'all mamas. They like y'all not talking about women generally. Y'all talk about the women that raised y'all, because that doesn't make sense.
So you guys, all we're saying is she's beautiful, she's humble, she's confident, and has healthy boundaries. These are some of the comments. I know she's already married. I wouldn't applaud a fish for swimming or anything, but would recognize her. Someone else said, like a dream. Someone else said, I'd be fine with that. Depends on what's meant by confident, healthy boundaries. Sounds like feminazi talk for loud and obnoxious. That's interesting. A confident woman with healthy boundaries wouldn't communicate it verbatim. I didn't say she said this. I'm just saying this is what you're encountering, sir. Someone else said confused because that isn't normal. Someone else said, I don't know how I would feel, but I know how I felt. But how I felt was I don't want to be single anymore. But seriously, it feels like the first time I made it to the last circle in the game of Warzone. Oh my. Like the first time my B-ball team made it to the championship game.
I respect that one as a Warzone player.
I don't even know what Warzone is. Okay.
Yeah. No shameless plugs for video game platforms, but
okay. Or the first time I got that job offer I really wanted, I prayed for this. I put the work in to get this point, and now it's time to deliver. This is it. This is game time. Go get that win. I kind of want to go back and see who this is, because that's written very creatively. Someone else just said, my dream woman, she must know and love God. Our values must align, and I must find her very attractive. But a lot of people were just like, that person doesn't exist. That's a unicorn. I'm like, these are very basic. Very basics.
I don't know what to say.
All right, we are going to move on to number 2. Number 2 says, would you be offended if a woman asks to see your health results prior to you even bringing up the topic of intercourse or initiating intercourse?
Nope.
Okay. What do you think your brethren said? Do you think
I think a lot of them have been burnt before, so they probably were offended by it. But if a girl bring up test results, that means having sex is somewhere in the forefront of her mind. Because I haven't brought it up yet, and she's asking about test results. That means in her mind, she's already decided that she was giving me some. So
calculated? She's like, okay.
Getting
All
mad
right.
about somebody asking about your test results also probably tells us you got at least, you got a prescription for antibiotics or something.
All right. Well, they were with you on this one. They said what does that say? 96% said no, I think she was just being safe. 4% said yes, I think that's premature.
That 4% is burning. I bet you if we went and looked at the 4% of people that said that and cross-referenced those with like those HSV2 herpes support pages, I bet you they follow them.
There's a lot of cross-reference.
I bet you they are.
Oh, we got some people in the house. Okay, Marquita says hello from Chicago. Hey, girl. Hey. We got Just One Gill says, hi, Yonci and Willie. I am tuning in from Chicago today. Chicago is representing today. Hello. Good to have you.
It ain't like they can go outside. They shooting at Chicago.
Oh, dang. Talk about Chirac like that. Okay.
You said it, not me.
I should post this on here. This might be interesting to talk about. Okay. Don't let me forget. I got something from IG. Number 4, or we are number 3. Number 3, do you consider it cheating if your girl, I say you girl, your girl hooked up with another woman? Okay, I got to fix this because it's going to bug me. Would you consider that cheating? Now, let me set the tone. It's not the fact that she hooked up. It's that she hooked up and you didn't know prior. Because obviously some people swing like that. But if your girl, came back from somewhere and she was like, oh man, the drinks were flowing and me and my girl hooked up, would you consider that cheating on you?
If I slap her with my left hand, even though I'm right-handed, does she still get slapped? Like, that's what? Like, does it not count because I'm right hand dominant, but I slap her with my left hand? Like, do I not catch the same charge?
You might be on the left side of the jail instead of the right side of the jail.
Oh, that's not domestic violence. That's just simple assault because he didn't use his strong hand. Like, what?
I cannot. All right. Well, let's take it up and see what your brethren said. They said absolutely 95%, but we still got that 5% that said, nah. That would be interesting. Okay. So speaking of cheating, this just popped up when I opened my app right now. It says, woman breaks up with her man after new Instagram update shows he was, it says I think I meant liking other girls' pics and videos. First of all, have you seen that update that says, do you want to see what your friends are liking? I kind of feel like it's like a violation of privacy.
That's why you don't be on there passing out likes, because men know what these likes mean. Like, I like a girl's picture like of accomplishments if I know her, like something she's done. But if it's a picture of her, I'm not liking that, because attention is, you guys' number one currency. And when you get it from men that you actually like, a lot of times there's an implication or a hope that there is some dick behind that. So I don't ever want to send them the wrong message because I don't have any to share with anyone. So yeah, I get it, but at the same time, you can look and see, when you look and see what people like, it'll also tell you more about like them like dating stuff.
Speaking of cheating, get your boy. Get your boy. Not on a live stream. Wait till he just ended it.
I'm calling right now.
I was so petty. I said, hey, on his.
I'm calling right now.
Y'all, we're snitching. Snitching on Mont.
But yeah, you can look and see what people like.
Yo, bro.
Hey, I just want you to know that we seen you on live and you feel like you're doing a cam right now. You cheating on us. A cam.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna hop on with you.
All right. No, I was giving you a hard time, man. Enjoy the fam time, bro.
No, but I'm gonna hop on in a second.
All right, bet.
All right.
Streets is watching, people.
He said he'd be on in a minute.
Huh?
He said he'd be on in a minute.
Okay, that
Well, I
was.
like looking and see what my kids like, but then at the same time, so I saw that my 15-year-old, he's got like 70,000 followers, but he only follows like 200, 300 pages. But all of them are based around ass. Every one of them. It's ass and video games for him. He's 15. So
He's consistent.
hey, he got that from his mama. He don't get that from me.
There's some stuff that like I find funny, but then I'm like, I don't want a digital receipt because some stuff is just it's wrong, politically incorrect, whatever. And I'm like, I don't need someone clicking on that and seeing that I like.
See, those are the ones I click on. Like,
you said what?
those are the ones I click on, and then
they're
the ones
usually
that
the ones
real
I
bad,
send to you.
I send to everybody else.
I sent it to you because I'm like, I can't like that. I'm gonna send it to Willie. Oh my
Yeah,
God. Okay, so I'm gonna read some of these comments. If you just came in, y'all, make sure you say hello. Drop your city and state. Let us know where you're watching from. Okay, why is this a question? Does it need to be questioned? Yes, if she doesn't invite me, hell yeah. Yes, I would consider that cheating. Absolutely. As long as I watch or can join in, it's cool. That's not the same thing.
You can tell they watch a lot of porn.
Would she be mad if I cheated with another woman? Oh my God. He should have said with a man. Yeah. Because the dishonesty is what creates infidelity. It may be worse depending on the situation because I'm gonna question all your female relationships. Like, is that really her mom? Or is she just a submissive and pray for a cougar? I cannot. Yes, I'm already competing with the guys. I'm not about to be insecure because she's singing her esthetician so much, and I don't trust it.
That's real.
Oh my God. That was funny.
That's the problem with the dudes is talking about, oh yeah, if she let me join in, you can tell they've never been with more than one woman at one time before, because when you have, that's a lot of work. And at the age range for the demographic of men that are in this group, that's just typically not work that we're seeking to do if we already know what it takes. Like dealing with 4 or 5 women at one time in one setting, like without some sort of pharmaceutical intervention, you have to be in pristine physical condition to do that. So I've heard. And I don't see dudes like wanting to do that a lot of time. That's like a once in a lifetime, twice.
Just to say you did it.
Yeah, it's one of those types of things. But the guys that's like 40, 50 and up talking about, yeah, if she let me join in, you can tell they're not getting no vagina at home.
Bless their little hearts.
Nope, don't bless nothing. They should have did that when they was in college when it was easy.
I cannot. All right, we are going through these questions very quickly. By the way, guys, if you are enjoying the show, please make sure you tap that like button. Tap that like button, share with a friend. They can all become part of the family. We be having a good time over here. Having a good old time, shooting the breeze. Okay, so let's go to question number 4. Okay, you say you pick your battles. Men, I asked, do you guys think who picks their battles more? And they said men. Like, we're very selective. So I said, what things have you chosen to overlook in a relationship? So basically, which battles did you not pick? And we are going to read some of these. It's funny because sometimes the guys will just spill their heart out and answer. And then other times it's like crickets on what they share. So according to Chris, I need to ask more dude questions. What'd you say?
This is probably traumatic. Everybody got something traumatic they overlook one time.
Oh, they're like, never again.
I overlooked finding out that she was a hoe because we was already like together, and then I had so much time invested. I'm like, well, damn, I hope she's still not hoeing while she with me, but clearly we're not together. So you understand what the outcome of that investigation was.
Yikes. Okay. He said he overlooked mental illness.
He was desperate.
He overlooked physical fitness. I guess he's saying she wasn't fit. And then he said her doctors commented too. And then family as a bad influence. He said, I may have to I may have to overlook Shorty not liking to get her nails done. I pick my battles. I pick my battle when I pick my woman. I prefer a woman. What? I pick my battle when I pick my woman. I prefer a woman with some fighting experience that can take me into deep waters and make me a better fighter. I don't think he understood the question. Those women I can knock down in the first round are no good for me.
I think that he's telling his truth, and he might like to fight women, or he like women that can fight. That's the only way that means to me.
I don't even know how to respond to that. Okay. Someone said I ain't picking battles because I don't want to fight at all. It said my health is more important than her feelings. Dang, rude but honest. Yes. Not me bullying Mont into joining. Hey Mont.
I just don't join when I'm like not with the mic and on it, you know.
I'm
normally
totally
join.
messing with you. I'm completely. You are the most supportive of the platform besides Willie. I'm totally messing with you, but that was funny.
Nah, normally like on a day like this, I'm typically dropping my kids off, and then I hop on afterward. But I can hop on while I'm in the car. I don't, you know. I just
Oh,
thought.
I love it.
Yeah, put that auto driver use, bro.
Yeah, like I don't got. Yeah.
That's wild. Is it freezing today?
Is it cold?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little cold out here, but it ain't crazy.
It's snowing here.
It's really cold in Dallas right now. Okay, so here's my thing as far as picking battles. I honestly think that it is delusional for someone to think that they can find someone who's just such a great fit that they don't have arguments, like disagreements. I think it is natural. You're going to come from your own background, your own upbringing, your own way of seeing things. And it doesn't have to be about right and wrong. It could be something as simple as you like to sleep with the TV on and I like pitch black. That's something that needs to be discussed. That's not going to magically resolve itself. So like when I say pick my battles, it's like, what things are you going to just really fight for? Meaning not back down and going to have your way versus acquiescing to the other person. But I think that there are, especially if you raise kids, like you're not going to align on every single thing. And if you're the type of person who just goes, okay, to anything your partner says, you're going to be resentful. So the way this person took the question, talking about, I'm too old to be fighting, I don't think that's realistic. I don't think you ever stop having disagreements.
That sounds like something an older woman would say. And it came from a man.
One thing I will say though, I think like the way a family structure should be is in certain situations, I do believe you ultimately have someone who you defer to make that decision, and I typically believe that's the man as a leader, right? To make that decision. But I don't know about arguing, but I think definitely you're going to argue at some point. But I think the more you are aligned, the less you guys will have any type of arguments, more so like just disagreements,
right?
And you'll kind of like just figure out how to make it work. But which is why, you know, a lot of men say I want a cooperative woman, a woman who kind of like, which is really a woman who understands how to pick her battles, and like, yeah, that's really a cooperative woman is. She know how to pick her battles.
I would feel so crazy if I had to pick every battle that I can have dealing with people, let alone my woman. Like there's always gonna be a battle to pick, or just I look at it this way. If it's not worth me leaving you over, I'm not really willing to fight behind it, to be honest. Like if it's not a deal breaker to me or it can't grow into one, metastasize into one, I'm probably not gonna bring it up because
so go ahead.
I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you know, I'm pretty sure that I can give, you know, a battle or two if I'm honest about things. So I don't think that it's just worth it. And my time is just back. I don't want to come. I don't want to argue and shit when I'm at the house.
I'm gonna push back on that, Willie. I don't think Willie being honest. I think because this is why I say that. Because you're a person that is big on words, and I'm big on words too. Like if somebody uses the wrong word when they're talking to me, I'm gonna stop you right there. Like that's not, you need to switch that word out. That doesn't mean what you think it
But
means.
that's not what I meant. That's what they usually say. That's not what I
Yeah,
meant,
like,
though.
but
Yeah,
Willie's a
that's when
person
you.
who's going to call you out when you use the wrong word. So
Well, yeah,
like,
that's when you hear me say you hear me tell women on the panel all the time. You can't use words all willy nilly. They mean the words have meanings on purpose. Those are battles I'm gonna pick for sure. I'm talking about like, for example, if I ask you where you are and you say where you and you tell me where you've been or where you're going, that shit runs me hot internally because of how I was raised. But a lot of people do that. My kids do
Wait,
it.
can you give an example? I can't even
Like
think
so,
of that would
I
happen.
call you and I'm like, hey, what are you doing? Right? And you're like, oh,
I'm going to my mom's house.
no, I'm going to I just left the store. Like, no, what are you doing? I didn't ask you where you were. So what are you doing? Like if you say I'm leaving the store, cool. Or if I say, hey, where are you? And then you tell me where you're going. Like again, I answer the question I ask you. That shit bothers me to the umpteenth degree. It's
Okay,
almost like
wait.
I'm an attorney and it bothers me that much.
So I'm trying to understand. So let's just say I went to Walmart
Hmm?
and I just got in the car and now I'm headed to the house. The appropriate answer would be I'm driving.
No, the program. I say, okay. I say, where are you? And you just left Walmart, and then you say, headed to the house, or where you say headed somewhere. I ask you where you are. I got to ask you where you're going. Like,
So
answer the
that's what I'm
question.
saying. How do you answer that?
well,
You
honestly,
answer
I
the
think
question
he's
I
saying
asked.
that like, so for example, if I ask you where you are, maybe I need to know exactly your coordinates so that I know if I can tell you to go pick something up or whether you're too far or not. And the problem is people are using their brains when they shouldn't be. Sometimes people like to use their brains when they shouldn't, and they think a little bit too hard. And I didn't ask you where you were going. I asked you where you were for a specific reason, but you assumed that I didn't have a reason to specifically ask you that question, and that burns me up too.
Yeah, a
I
lot of
always
women.
answer that way, and it's funny that I'm pretty sure that's how Monte is asking it. Like if he says, "Oh, where are you?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm headed to the house." He'll be like, "Oh, okay." Like, but that's not literal. So you would want me to say I'm at longitude this, latitude this.
No, I want you to answer the question that I actually ask you, and because for me to be as specific as I am with my words, there's not a lot of wiggle. I don't. I'm very particular about how I say things for the simple fact that I know that a lot of. I'm not just going to say women, but people will try to say, "Well, you didn't say that," or I thought you meant no. You don't have to think what I mean. As long as you know the definition of the words I'm using, you have no excuse not to answer the question correctly, and that's just how I am about it.
That's what I'm saying. So if I say I'm in the car, that's where I am. Like
Right.
I'm literally saying. So you would just want me to
Oh,
say I'm in the
so yeah,
car?
okay. So then another thing too that I've noticed a lot. Well, this is definitely something women do. You'll be like, "Oh, where are you going? Oh, I'm going to lunch with a friend."
Yeah, that doesn't fly in my house.
Well, it shouldn't fly anywhere, but people think, "Oh, well, because I didn't say with who I was going," or they leave out like details, like, "Oh, I didn't mean it. I meant no. You meant to tell me what you told me."
Right.
That was intent. That wasn't intentional. It's like you say, "Hey, where are you?" And I'm like, "Shit, out with I'm with Mont, right? Where are you?" I said, "I'm with Mont." You didn't ask me who I was with. You said, "Where am I?"
Right.
Telling me
And
what with a friend is borderline disrespectful to me, honestly.
facts.
No, I agree. I'm still tripping on how do I answer that. So you call me, you say, "Where are you?" And I'm in my car. I say, "I'm in the car." You want me to say, "I'm in the car at the corner of Main and 3rd?"
No, say I'm in my car. That's fine.
Well,
Oh,
Yonci,
okay.
you
Yeah.
know
Okay.
the issue with like the inefficient way of people answer questions is like it's inefficient, and now I have to ask you another question in order to get the proper information out of you, and that burns me up when people just communicate inefficiently when we could have gotten we could have been done with our communication, but now you're making me ask you additional questions in order for to kind of to get from A to B. So
The
that burned
hands-free
me up
driving is
too.
wild, by the way.
No, yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's on autopilot.
I know, but it's
Yeah.
still wild. You're like you're in the back seat. No, if I were to say, if Monte were to say, "Where are you?" and I said, "In my car," there would just be silence because he'd be like, "You're being," like, he would take that as I'm being sarcastic because that would be foreign to him. So, like, I don't think that's a universal thing. I think you'd have to explain that to your person because if I wish I would say I'm in the car, he'd be like, "Obviously, where are you going?"
You'd be surprised though. Like that's how women talk to men. I mean, you've got two of us telling you that it's something that bothers us, so you should know that it happens more often than it doesn't.
I'm not saying that it doesn't happen to y'all, but I'm saying, knowing my guy, he would think I was being cryptic if he called me and he said, "Where are you?" I said, "I'm in my car."
Ask Monte this exact question.
I can't wait to.
How often have you had this problem with women? And see what he says. Mind you, he
Don't
may
make me call him.
he may say, well, there's no women before you, baby, so it doesn't matter. But
See if he
at the
picks
same
up.
time, give him the grace to answer that question honestly.
Hello, I'm live on YouTube. You're not on speaker though.
the warning.
There's a question on the table, and I need to know if this would be an appropriate answer, something you would expect to be answered, or you would have an issue with this answer. You call me on the phone. I'm not where you are. And you say, "Where are you?" And I say, "I'm in my car." Can I put your answer on speaker actually so they don't think I'm lying? That you call me, you don't know where I am, so you call me and you ask me, "Where are you?" And my answer is, "I'm
I
in
should
the
have called
car."
Monte for this one.
Can I put you on speaker so they can hear your answer without me paraphrasing? Okay, hold on. Okay, so what would you think if you called me and you said, "Where are you?" And my response was, "I'm in the car."
My original thought would be like, that's not an answer to the question.
Ah, no, my man. I said you'd be like, "Okay, obviously." So we were having a healthy discussion because they said that for them, if you ask a person, "Where are you?" and they say, "Oh, I just left Target," or "I'm headed to the house," that's answering where I've been and where I'm going, but it's not saying where I am. And I said, I said, I wish I would answer him talking about "I'm in the car." You would think I was trying to be funny or slick.
No, facts is what I'm saying. That's why I said that's not an answer to my question.
That is,
You're in the car. You're in the car is not an answer to my question.
Now ask him the other part of the question.
about if you had that problem in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Have you? Wait, but state it because I don't want to butcher the question. State it how you're saying to ask him.
Hey, so in the past, would you say that more women than not are guilty of doing that or responding that way because it's because of how they communicate? They answer the question they think they heard. They answer the question they wanted to hear or answer instead of what you actually asked them.
So he's
100%.
So he's saying, so if you
women answer it how they want to answer because I think it still covers the question, but they answer what they want to answer.
But the irony is that in this situation, whoever you were dealing with, you still wouldn't have been okay with answering it by saying, "I'm in the car."
Hell no. Because now we get into some shit and I gotta ask you a question. All that evasive answer shit you're gonna do, that's not gonna work.
Wait a minute, but y'all just sat here and said that that's the answer that you want.
No. So okay, for example,
I'm so confused.
we ask you something like, "How do you know this guy?" And you know that we want to know how you know him, and you're like, "Oh, he's just a friend." That's not the fuck I ask you. I ask you, "How do you know him?"
That I agree with.
It's all the same. I ask you where you are. You tell me who you're with. That's not what I ask you.
But you said you would be satisfied if the person said, "I'm in the car."
Yeah, if I ask you where are you, and you said, "No, I'm not saying that you say you're in the car." Like, no shit, you're in the car. You're not home.
That's what I've been saying. I was like, he would not be okay with that.
Like, you're in the car where? Obviously, you're in the car. Like, in that car, are you? Like, now I'm not trying to be funny. Like, you're in the front seat, the back seat. Like, where are you going? Like,
but wait, you just contradicted yourself. You said, "Where are you going?" You said, "Don't tell me where you've been or where you're going." And I always
ask you where. If I call him like, "Hey, babe, where are you?" One, which is I don't. If I turn my location on, so like, because you can just see where I am. It's always at this house. I don't go anywhere. So if I ask you where you are, right, and then you say, "Oh, I'm with Mont."
That I agree with you on. I just think it's okay to say, "I just left Home Depot" or "I just left Chick-fil-A."
Yeah, all of those things work. But then, because now if we did it to you, like if you ask me where I'm at and I'm like, "Oh, I'm with Mont," you don't know where Mont lives. You don't know what me and Mont are doing.
No, I'm Inspector Gadget. I want all the answers. I want all
exactly. The and then two, when people don't give you the answer they want you that you ask for, and they know you want it, and they intentionally don't do that, they're being deceptive.
Oh, absolutely.
100% of the time. So
Or all of a sudden, stop using pronouns. Or like, yeah, I'm with my friend, and my friend is gonna take me home, and then my friend is gonna grab something to
Yeah,
eat.
you and your friend's car is about to get shot up because look at the stuff right now. I'm not going for none of that. Like that. Now that's a different one. If anytime I hear a woman talk about like going somewhere or doing something, and she's like, "Yeah, I was with a friend." No, you was with the dude. Like, listen, that friend had a dick. Let's go ahead and start there. And that's why you say it's a friend and you don't say a name, because you know if you say a name, oh yeah, I'm gonna go out with some friends. Who?
I feel like when you feel the need to censor yourself, that's when you know you're getting into deceit territory. If you feel like you have to like cultivate the way you're saying it, that's when you're
That's the
starting to.
default for a lot of women, though. The
So here's
default
my
is censorship.
let's not overgeneralize. Okay, so here's my question to you. By the way, because of the screen, half your face is showing, Lily, just in case you care. Okay, so picking your battles. So when I say picking your battles, to me, it's like preferences and stuff. Welcome to the show, Chris. So let's take, for example, you like, well, I'll just ask, do you like the TV on or off when you're sleeping?
I can sleep during a gunfight, so
you don't care either way.
no.
Okay, what about when you're watching a movie? Do you prefer to have it like dark theater vibes, or can you have all the lights on?
It depends on what the movie is.
Okay, what about temperature? What's the preferred house temperature? What's the
As long as I'm not cold.
Okay, so let's go to cold. Let's say your lady puts it on 68 degrees and you're cold. Is this a battle that you're picking?
No, I'm gonna say go turn it up.
And then let's say you turn it up and then she goes, I'm too hot. Why did you turn it up?
Take some clothes off. Logical answers to logical answers to questions.
So wait a minute. So if you're cold, you want to turn the heat up, but if she's hot, she needs to take clothes off. Why can't you put clothes on?
Because it's probably cold outside and the house needs to warm up anyway. So more people need to be warm.
I cannot. I think we're losing connection, Chris. I think your call is dropping.
That's fine.
I don't have connection. Not Kenny. He said I can call him my PO, Mr. Robinson.
It's cold outside, so the house is cold. So I turn the heat up as to warm up the house to the desired temperature.
If I get cold, I got a life-size blanket with arms, legs, and hair. I just pull her on top of me. I'm not turning the heat on because I'm cold. That's
okay. Let me think of something else then. Okay, Mont, do you like the room dark when you sleep, or are you okay with or do you prefer a TV being on?
No, we have to sleep in the dark. There's no other option.
Okay, so this would be a battle. What if your girl?
That's not a battle.
This isn't a battle.
I'm calling it a battle. What if your girl?
That's not a battle. We like you can't call it a battle if it don't matter to none of us. You can sleep. I can sleep with the TV on.
No, he just said he wants it dark.
Yeah,
no, I'm saying if he wants it dark and she wants the TV on, that's not a battle.
Yeah, it's going to be dark.
Well, it's a dictatorship, is what you're saying.
No,
that's a woman answer.
No, that's the perks of leadership at that point.
Yeah, like
okay. First of all, we need to address this in the comments, ma'am.
No, we can't address it in the comments because people in the comments don't have a man or a woman, so they just purely speaking from conjecture and speculation.
She said, I'm triggered. She said she likes it to be 75.
That's too hot. 73 is the optimal temperature.
But that's because women are their internal body temperatures are set to like if they're going to heaven or hell. If a woman likes to be hot, you know she's going to hell. If she doesn't like to be hot, she's probably going to heaven. That lady has a date with the devil. It's preordained, and as soon as she passes, you know where she's going.
My grandma used to make fun of me because I used to have like 75 blankets on the bed because they had it so cold. And she's like, I gotta wash all these. I used to be so freezing when I was like younger in like teenage years. But 75, that like I wanted to take off my sweater just thinking about the temperature.
75 degrees.
I like 70.
In a first world country, it's crazy.
Somebody's house who want to run 75 degrees.
You said what?
I'll go get a hotel before I sleep in somebody's house who got it 75.
My great grandmother, rest in peace, she would have the heat blasting, and we'd all be like, ugh. grandmother, I can't.
No,
Oh.
it's snowing outside now, and my AC is on 68. Like I don't.
That's Monte's temperature. It's 68.
Listen,
Okay,
Yonci.
so
Listen, Yonci.
I
When
want
I
to hear
met
about this.
when I
TV.
met Deja, I sleep with the fan on. And I sleep with
Same.
it dark.
Same.
Like Deja don't, she not used to that, and she don't, and she sleep with the TV on. But when you're with a man, you learn him, like you learn his. So now she can't sleep without the fan on because
Hold on. Wait
that's
a
how that
minute.
works.
Wait a minute. Mon, I was such a fan of yours.
She's still a fan.
You're saying that in your world, if there is a difference of preference, your woman has to default to what your preference is because it's
So I'm not saying that. I think it depends
okay.
on. So I believe in gender roles, right? So I think it depends on the realm. So for example, if my wife wants to get our daughter's hair done a certain way and I don't like that, to a degree, I don't really have a dog in it. I don't have the type of jurisdiction that she has when it comes to that. But likewise, when it comes to getting my son's haircut, that's my realm. So she can give me her opinion, but at the end of the day, I make the final decision because that's my jurisdiction. I think when it comes to sleeping with a fan on or sleeping like I got there's some wiggle room in there, but I cannot sleep with just I'm not sleeping with it just is with no sound. I think sleeping with a TV on is slightly childish, but I'm not gonna I'm I think that's something you can get over. Sleeping without a TV
Like
on.
white noise.
Yeah, like
I
sleeping without a TV on, you can get over that.
So
if you,
listen, this is why I sleep with the TV on. It's something about like when me and my woman sleep together, like Netflix asking us, "Are we still watching?" Knowing good and well we either sleep or trying to
occupied.
get to sleep. Like I don't. And then two, it's just like the noise for me because if it's really quiet, I can't sleep hard. Like I wake up
But
like
that's what
ready.
Get you a
that's what the
fan.
white noise is for. Yeah, see,
Yeah,
to me,
I got
I've had
all that.
times where I've fallen asleep with it, and all of a sudden in the middle of the night, I'm hearing some crazy crap. Like I don't know what they're gonna start playing. And so I don't want that to go in my psyche. That's one. Two, that blue light is proven to not be healthy for you, and it's flashing different types of light. For me, I don't want to see my hand in front of my face at night. If I could get the most blackout of curtains, I would literally cover every single electronic that has any glow of red or blue. Like I don't want to see anything. I want it to be
But
like
if you close your eyes, there is no blue light getting to you.
no, you can see different. Well, I don't know how that works as far as the blue light.
I'll tell you how that works, right? So the thing is, your irises need to be stimulated by blue light, which tells your brain, hey, you need to take this information, all these colors, and process it, right? That's what happens. That's why they say you should detox from your phone screens for 2 hours prior to going to sleep. If your eyes are closed, there is nothing for you to process but the back of your eyelids. So I'm from the school of thought and how I was raised, and then also being in the military, that if you can't go to sleep, it's because you're not tired. And I don't have issues sleeping when I do sleep because I stay up, so I'm tired. But now, for people who need to sleep in the dark, I can make it work too. I'll just be on my phone or something. Like I'll be scrolling TikTok until I get tired or something like that. But my woman doesn't care. I'm happy with just being in the same bed. So all the rest of that shit don't matter. Now, one thing we have to have is the fan on because, like, getting hot while you sleep. Like, if I sweat while I sleep, I feel so dirty.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's 2 times I gotta go take like a really good shower after I eat Hooters and go to the bathroom, or like when I'm sweaty in bed. Like, I can't sleep in I can sleep in the wet spot, but not the sweat spot. If that makes more sense. Like, I don't want to. I can't. And then I've got fans like with a remote, so I have to get up, turn mine on. So I just put them things on full blast with a timer, and then.
So
she live in a suburb. She said, "Open a window for fresh air." You must live in the country.
I was in an apartment at one point. It was a nice apartment, but for whatever reason, they had freaking wall unit ACs. That thing was so obnoxiously loud. But by the time I left that apartment, I couldn't.
Missed it.
Yeah, I could. It was so loud. It was just this. It was very comforting. When
I lived in Dubai, it was like that. And Dubai to be such an opulent place, you would think central air, but it's not a thing for them. Like it's not. We'll not say it's not a thing. It's not a standard for them. And so the place that I lived in, 8 bedrooms, 7 baths, upstairs pool, gym, wall units in every room. I was like, bro, you said this was built in 2018? Like,
And mine had the obnoxious cord that came. It was like in the middle of my living room.
everyone had a separate remote. That's what pissed me off. Like they had to put remote like hanging brackets right by it so you wouldn't lose it. But then when I would have a poker game, people would come over and be assholes. They'll take my remotes and mix them up.
That's messed up.
Yeah, it was diabolical.
See, but I'd have the label printer and put the little label.
Sidebar: are you good at playing poker?
I'm a retired professional poker player.
I'm coming to Dallas this in like 2 weeks.
For what?
I got a buddy that is getting engaged.
No, I'm talking about what's that got to do with you asking me if I'm a good poker player?
Because I play poker.
But everybody plays poker. They got absolutely
No. I play.
Well, I'm just saying. Okay, so this FY, if we're throwing a gauntlet down, I don't play lower than 25-50, and you haven't seen any of my tattoos, but just understand, like when it comes to poker, I'm him. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, but we can play heads up if you like, and you can name the price.
No. I just enjoy playing.
Update.
So what?
You don't need an update. You know what the outcome is going to be. I'm him. He's not. That's the outcome. I'm going to win. What are you talking about? That's not even a discussion to have.
That's so funny.
We can debate a lot of shit on this platform, but that we're not going to debate.
Chris, do you have an iPhone?
Yes.
It is iPhoning. Nayusi had the same thing. He was using his camera, and it looked like the most clear. Like you look like you're in 70. Like
this right here.
Huh?
Yeah, he got that focal length set right.
This camera?
Yeah, and it's
no. This is a 4K camera connected to my my computer.
Oh well, it's 4K.
So it's the same one that I had last week. I just forgot to take the film off.
That is because I was like, you need to wipe the lens, something. No, like it is kissing your melanin. Like it is perfectly lighting you. Like
it's the light right here. That's all it is.
Something. Your melanin is melanating. So kudos to you.
Thank you.
I had it one time, and I was like, "Are you in a studio? Like, what is going on?" No, it's like
that's hilarious.
The bed. Yeah. So Kenny says I keep the TV on at night and set a timer so it cuts off. Unfortunately, my TV right now does not have a timer, which is so annoying. So I can't. Otherwise, I would do that. But yeah, okay. So I'm gonna find a couple things. So a couple scenarios. Tell me if you guys have a dog in the fight or you're just letting her pick. All right. So we talked about lights. What about furniture? She wants to go furniture shopping and get couches. Are you opinionated?
Price.
No pink, no purple, no pastels. Nothing
and don't spend an astronomical amount that I'm gonna be mad that you spent that amount.
I feel like Mont is gonna have a different answer because I've seen his interiors.
That's the part that I don't care about, the price, because because you know my taste, so you're not gonna come in there with like no penis shaped couches or nothing with like polka dots. And I hate mirrored furniture. I think mirrored furniture is like what grass walls are. Like I think those are two things that we should just let die. But outside of that, she can go do what she wants to. Like I don't care about that part because my man cave she won't touch. Like that's the part that I got. But the rest of the house, I'm not gonna be in that motherfucker no way. I just want to pick out the mattress and the man cave stuff. She can do everything else.
Okay, Mont, are you okay with your girl picking out the furniture?
Ideally, I think that that's the woman's role, and that's where she should like kind of shine is picking out the furniture. But I do not trust Deja to pick out our furniture because
we love you, Deja.
Damn.
Because but me and Deja aligned on this. But like Deja's style was like a little bit. It's very unique.
That's a nice
it's very
thing.
unique. She likes certain things, and it's just not it's not the vibe I want to live in. Like we want. So she gets to have her own room in our house when we get our own house. Like when we get our like final house, we get a house built. She gets to have her own room. You can make it look however you want to make it look. But as far as decorating the house, we're gonna get an interior designer because we've learned that we're not professionals, and just because we have vision doesn't mean that we know what we're doing. We
How to
know what we
execute
want it
that
to look
vision.
like, but yeah, like we need to hire a professional to do that.
Man, you talk about his camera is 4K. That ring is crazy.
That's a rock.
That's why your shit won't. That's why your camera won't focus on your face. It's trying to look at your ring. Your camera is messy. It's nosy. It keeps zooming in.
Hey, you see how fast she put that hand down? No, we
He
don't
always
see
be
the
cussing me out.
You probably tired of holding it up.
I saw this one TikTok where a girl was like, "So, I just want to tell y'all about the thing," and I'm like, it took me like 2 seconds. Oh, okay, I get it.
You got real left-handed. That's like the engagement joke where you just everything is, you know.
Mine's gonna have to walk around like this with both hands, and then I'm gonna have another ring over here that's gonna point to this ring, so people know which one to look at. Like for that shit's crazy.
Oh my gosh. I cannot. Okay, so let me think of something else. Where you're going to eat. Y'all have preferences on where you go to eat, or can she pick every time?
I can find anything on the menu.
Fuck no, absolutely not. One of the things that I appreciate is that all food decisions get made by me. This is the thing, right? So remember I told you battles that I pick. You know, one of the things that I will leave a woman alone for is me. Is like this is a big one. Like this is something that I will end a relationship over. If I ask you like, hey, what do you want to eat? And it says it doesn't matter, and then I pick something and you say you don't want that, you might as well go back to
it does matter.
Like because you lied to me. Like go back to your father's house. That's between. I want a full refund for like everything that I've done since I've known you because that shit irks me. Now, if I ask you what don't you want, what do you want to eat, right, and you say, oh well, anything but this, and this, and then I pick outside of that, you got to be happy. But if I say, well, you eat anything but this, and this, and then I pick, like, oh yeah, or that either, you're fucking eating sandwiches, or I'm eating by myself. Like that's one thing I can't stand, which is why like I love the fact that I don't have to ask those questions. I do it sometimes just to be considerate, like, hey, what do you want to eat? And then I get to look like.
It don't matter.
You know I don't care. Like bet, because then I gotta pay for it. This is the thing also. In the world of DoorDash, so I know someone who would be mad like if we didn't DoorDash from the same place. Like, do you understand? Like, one, I pay for the Dash Pass, baby. You don't have to worry about that.
Right.
But it used to always be a problem. So I would just be like, cool, well, I'll just order from it, and then I will leave the food on the porch until they got there at the same time. Picking battles, right?
You say you can find anything. Are you letting
Well,
her pick?
no, I choose where I want to eat. I'll say that.
You want or where you eat.
But I'm not going to fight you. If you want to go here, that's fine. Like, I'm not.
Doesn't
like,
mean you're agreeable. You're not. That's a battle. You're not.
No, like, I'm going to fight you over stuff that matters in, like, real life.
Okay.
Do we want to have a kid?
Radio.
That's the hill that I'm going to die on. I'll never have another child. It's not humanly possible right now. I got to go see doctor for that.
Okay. What about the car? You guys are in a 2-hour car ride. Can she pick all the music?
Hell no.
What?
Y'all know just we did. There's things that
You're a passenger princess. Sit down and just
be humble.
watch the view.
Listen. If we're in a 2-hour car ride, she has a job to do, and it's not picking music. So absolutely not. Whoever drives, you control the radio. Like she knows what she's supposed to do in that passenger seat, and that's not picking the radio. I mean, picking like the music selection. She knows exactly what she's there for. She's there for moral support. And I'm not.
He said oral.
Look out for that police officer right there. Did you see him?
My windows are tinted,
No.
and my car is tall. If you can see what's going on in my car, that means you were looking way too hard.
Look at your.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you have like a car, like a rental, hey, did you see that police officer there? No, thanks, babe. Cool. That's it. Like
on head patrol.
And then 2 hours, that's not even a far car ride.
What are you talking about? 2 hours out of far car ride?
I drove to Buffalo, New York and back for 13 hours.
How many songs that is?
Yes, I do.
No, listen.
Each song is about 4.5 minutes. So
Okay.
yes, I do.
if it takes me longer to get to Dallas, however it takes me long to get me from Dallas to Houston, I'm not driving anything over that. I'm flying, no matter what.
Well, my grandmother passed, so I had to, in this last minute. So that was like a,
I'd have seen grandma the week after. Like, I'm not. If I got to drive, I'll wait till them tickets come down.
So far, I have seen y'all have preferences. So I feel like men make it sound like we so easy. We just this and that. But there are a lot of things y'all are opinionated.
No, wait. The reason, the comparison is as compared to women, we're easy because y'all care about everything.
And have an opinion on everything.
You have an opinion about
give
shit
us
that
an
don't even
example.
matter. Don't even involve y'all.
Let's
Y'all have an opinion on how we think, or why y'all have an opinion on why we want to hang out with our homeboys more than y'all. Like, y'all have opinions about some of the weirdest shit. So it's not like, you know what I'm saying, we don't care. Like, you know what? I'll tell you some free game. You know what else we don't care about? What's going on with you and your girlfriends? None of us care about that type of shit. But then when you come tell us, we just listen because we feel like to you think we're bonding by you telling me your friend's bullshit. The whole time, I'm thinking like, whoops, you can't go on a girl trip with her because she's a hoe. Or nope, she can't go out to eat with her no more because she's broke or she doesn't have any money and she uses men to get drinks. I don't want my woman hanging out with nobody like that. But when y'all come tell us all this shit, we really don't care. Like, at all. And when y'all tell us to tell people how, we don't.
We need to tell what?
When y'all tell us to tell people how, we don't.
Okay, so I think that men are unrealistic when they say, I don't want drama, because I think that anytime there's something that a woman gives feedback, some men will classify that as drama. So, for example, if you do things that upset your woman and she brings it to your attention, I don't think she should be classified as taking away from your peace.
No,
because I feel like
I did something to make her do it. It's my fault.
Wow. Okay.
That's common sense, though. Like,
no, you would think it's common, but
wait. So listen, when I say it's common sense, I mean coming from like guys that were raised by fathers, because we're logical that way. Okay. I can't be mad at you for doing. I can't get mad at my girl for getting mad at me for doing some shit that bothered her. No. Like, and I tell you, I have to be very careful to make sure that I'm like I'll make sure that she's heard first before I'm like, that's not what I meant. But I had to.
Right.
I've learned to listen in my older years to be like, hey, listen first, and then he's like, hey, listen, I understand how you feel. So far, that's not what I meant. But when we say we don't want drama, we don't want you making up shit like going through. You see someone like our picture or a post, and you're like, oh, who is this? I don't know. Like, that's the type of drama we're talking about. Like, man,
I think it's a fair.
Go find something else to do. Like, it's cool that needs to be cool.
Willie, I'm not gonna let him off the hook on this one. I think that I understand what Yonci's saying, right? But I think the part is like when you assume that your partner is doing something with malicious intent, a lot of them do that. A lot of them have to like learn to not do that. So you can bring something to your partner's attention, and he's like, okay, let's talk about it. But for whatever reason, sometimes it's like women just they want a little bit of drama, and I am one of them people who believe that women kind of feel like they need a little bit of drama. I don't know. I'm one of them people who believe that.
So I'm gonna piggyback on that. That women want some women want their men to behave like their girlfriends, right? So I'll give you an example, right? You come home and some shit went down at work. Instead of me saying, "Hey, babe, you know what? I don't think that you should talk to that employee anymore. You should do this." You don't want the logical. You want me to be like, oh my God, I can't believe that she slapped her and she was all in your business looking in your. That's how y'all want us to respond sometimes. And that's, y'all want us to behave like y'all would behave because that's what y'all do when we tell y'all something. But we don't behave that way. So
women who don't respect their man want them to act like women. The women who actually respect and love their man want them to act like an adult male. And that's not ever going to be the case from a woman who like wants her man to be masculine. Masculine women do that to their men. Feminine women are gonna come to y'all. Y'all can come up with feminine issues and expect for us to get in our feminine like, oh my God, yes, and then twirl your hair fucking for you. That's crazy.
I literally have that in my course. I
think women subconsciously want you to
as your girlfriend. What'd you say, Mont?
I think women subconsciously sometimes do want you to act feminine, but they don't know it. But not in a feminine way like that. I mean, a feminine way like, so for example, if Deja come and tell me about a friend in a situation that's going on with her friend and her boyfriend, I'm always going to be logical, meaning that I'm always going to ask a lot of questions, right? And I think that's a masculine thing to do, is to be logical and just kind of,
Yep.
a part of problem solving. And part of problem solving is finding out everything that it's not and ruling that out before you find out what it is, right? So I'm always going to ask a lot of questions, and some women will be upset that you're asking so many questions. Like, no, he's wrong. I'm like, I need to make sure that he's wrong. I need to make sure that this was his intent, because they want to assume the person's intent. But no, we have to make sure that this is that person's intent before we come to that conclusion. And I think when you're upset at a man for being that way, then you kind of want him to be feminine.
Which goes to something you said earlier. I think it was on your TikTok. Women need to learn how men think, and men need to learn how women think. But you were talking to the women in particular. Not only do they need to learn how we think, they need to learn how to talk to us. By and large, I might die on this hill where the majority of women don't know how to talk to men in the way that a man needs to be spoken to. I'll add that. So,
Okay.
that's something I would argue about. That's something I would fight on. Like, that's a battle I would definitely fight about. Absolutely.
Okay. Good stuff. I don't know why my nose is randomly running.
Sinuses.
Okay. Maybe. I have this weird thing. If anyone knows anything about AM sneezes, I have this random thing where I will wake up just sneezing my life away. And it's only in the mornings, but it's consistent. So if anyone knows about that, just let me know. Okay, number 6. What do you consider male gender roles to be in marriage? And some people really struggle with this question, even though I put in the parentheses what specific tasks. Tasks are things that you can be seen doing and taking a photo of doing. Tasks.
Dying for the protection of the household, taking out the trash, fixing things, painting, most manual labor that doesn't require some sort of degree of fine detail like cleaning or cooking or laundry. All the common sense shit. Like I hate that in 2025 we have to explain what gender roles are, but it's because we have so many masculine men and feminine women. I mean, feminine
men and masculine.
Yeah, I was gonna say bitch made. I'm sorry, but masculine women and feminine men that we have to like remind each other, like, hey, you shouldn't be doing that. Like, what? Because please, I would love a world to live in where I know that now, since we're just switching gender roles, that if somebody break into the house, I get to stay in the closet with the kids. That'd be great. Like, oh man, that'd be awesome. I like to get up, grab a gun, grab a plate carrier, and then start clearing the house. Like while I'm trying to hold my Ring camera to see where these people at. Also keep listen. I would love to be able to just get woke up one time and be like, babe, somebody in the house. Here I go. I get the kids, get in the closet. Like, since we have to, if we're going to have a gender.
I think you're lying. I don't think that you would love to closet. Like,
oh no, I'm being facetious. I would love nothing more in life would make me happy to catch another free body. Catching a free body would probably be like number 2 or 3 on my signing wish list every year. Like, catch a free body, like one where like I know I can't go to jail, bro.
That is such a guy thing.
If he was a woman, he would love to be just do hard.
Yeah, so
he doesn't want to do that.
So I agree, because when people come to my door because of where I live at, it's very rare that you ring my doorbell, and when you do, I come to the door with my hand behind my back for a particular purpose, and I peek out the door. Hello, like, why are you here? And yeah, so I'm with that. I agree. Like because I think I might have had my son left the window open, and I think somebody got in the house one night, and I went berserk, and I wish he came back.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy, I'll be back on Tuesday.
Please come back through that same window. I locked it. I put, alarms and cameras and, I had just moved in. So, he left the window open and,
he was probably trying to get us a summer breeze, like she said.
See, yeah, that's how you know she live in somewhere safe because, where I grew up, you leave. I mean, you know what happened to someone coming in the window in my house, and that's just not.
So I asked the guys to list tasks. Someone said, loving his wife, leading with humility. I'm like, those aren't tasks. Those aren't those are things that you could do, but they're
Derek Jackson follows you?
Huh?
Derek Jackson commented?
I cannot protect, empower, embrace, and lead. No, like I'm asking about tasks.
Wait. Derek Jackson put that?
No, he was being facetious.
Derek Jackson,
so somebody did answer the question the way I was asking it. He said, fix stuff around the house. I would assume if something's broken, I would expect my guy to do it. Basic car repairs, lift heavy things, 100%. I would expect my guy to lift heavy things. Protection in case of an intruder, outside threat. Other stuff like being loving, taking care of the kids, making decisions. Okay, that's not tasks though. Someone else said trash, car maintenance, building, not beating it up, and pumping gas.
You said not meeting it up.
No, I was saying they said beating it up. So I said not beating it up.
Yeah, that's a task. That's responsibility.
But I also
they got that saying in the movie, it's my duty.
Forget that. I feel like a man's task is hold on one second.
This is so common sense. This is like easy.
Anything that's gross. I think that you guys typically deal with anything gross. Like God forbid a bug or a mouse gets in, or like, if there's a weird noise, like you're gonna go check it out. Or let's say you have to crawl through something to get to the attic and it's a little dirty. Like I think we tend to naturally think you guys are gonna sacrifice yourself to do that. If it's really, really, really hot or really, really, really cold, I think we expect you guys to do that. Like, we get to go inside the warm house and you guys are stuck bringing everything in from the car, like that kind of stuff. It's raining, you're dropping us off at the door.
Nope. 50-50, baby. Equal rights and less.
DEI.
Yeah.
You'll get a bag.
Listen. I'm not a DEI person because DEI was for like Caucasian women.
I was just joking.
Rainbow Coalition and handicapped people.
Yes.
We had affirmative action. So, but if women say they want equality, you got to pick a side. Like, that's something you got to identify early on. Like, hey, do you want to be equals or do you want to be covered? If you want to be covered, we're not equals. And I appreciate, like, that Maya understands that because there's no, she never is like, oh, well, you do it, so I want to do it. Like, it's never that. Because
y'all can have the lawn care.
Exactly. Like, yeah, well, I'm not doing lawn care too.
I know.
I'm not. My father has a landscaping company, but even if he didn't, there's too many people at Home Depot that want jobs for me to be doing landscaping.
Not for long.
Now, Willie.
I'm talking the ones that can be here. They still outside.
Oh, okay.
Willie,
trust me.
Willie, you don't want to one day just be driving a lawnmower on your lawn
with the socks and sandals.
I do. No. I want to drive a lawnmower on my lawn one day.
I did that as a kid, bro. I don't want to do that shit again. Listen, I have no dreams or aspirations or wishes for anything like manual labor. Like nothing like that is in my
story. To bring you some lemonade, some cold lemonade while you out pushing that lawnmower.
I did all that as a kid working for my pops. So no, I don't want to. I have not cut grass since 2005. And I won't.
I think Mont wants to have an experience where he pushes it one time. He has the little fantasy.
No, I said drive.
Oh, drive the mower. Okay.
Riding mower.
You're going to ride the riding mower. You're going to do it one time. And then you're going to be like, okay, I got that out of my system.
I don't know. So I feel like, when
some men find it therapeutic.
Yeah,
because they don't like their lives.
when you got money, you don't got to do a lot of things no more. But I do think like it's something about when you do something that your woman finds attractive, and also vice versa. Like of course, like you can pay for cleaners to clean your entire house, but it's something that you just feel good when your woman does it, and you can also get cleaners to help her. But you still like if she just never did it and only cleaners did it, it's like sometimes I wanna have to shovel some snow sometimes. Like I don't know.
I think that way about fixing a tire. Like I know my guy could call AAA, but there is something so sexy about my dude just like pulling out that little turny thingy, wrench, I don't know what it's called. And then
I would probably do it if my girl was in
Dirty
the car,
thingy.
just one time so she could see me do it. But once she knows that I can do that shit, it's AAA for the rest of our lives.
it's just so hot to me. Or like, I don't know, this thing about fixing stuff. If I'm like, honey, the thing is dripping, and he can like crawl under the sink and be like, oh, it's because of this, and then use one of the man tools and tighten it, and then it works. I'm like,
The man tools.
I'm gonna try to. Now that you gave me an idea, I'm gonna try to set up one of those scenarios like where she gets stuck under the sink, and I gotta try to help get her out, but it's then I end up stuck.
Oh, Willie, chop some wood.
oh,
Listen,
that is sexy too.
wait. Look, now I will chop wood though, and this is the reason why. Because like being up in the snow now, like and where it snows, I have an appreciation for chopping wood. One, because it's a great workout, and then
Yeah.
two, like it's a great stress reliever. All you got to do is picture like someone's head you want to split in half, and next thing you know, you done chop 15, 16 cords of wood in 10 minutes because you just out there going to work splitting that person's head every time. Boom, boom, boom. Or you could just be lazy and get a log splitter too. I mean, for the rest of y'all.
I like chopping wood is fun. I like chopping wood.
That is
And I got a
hot.
fireplace. I gotta get my fireplaces cleaned out.
Don't be in the cabin somewhere and we look out, see our men. Y'all got some little plaid Paul Bunyan shirt and some little vest, and we like, that's my man, my man, my man.
I'm gonna tell Monte we gotta go get Paul lumberjack outfit so we can go do a couples camping trip. I promise you it's not gonna happen, but the idea will be funny.
And then we'll be inside with the hot cocoa ready. Oh my gosh, that is so
You look like you really would enjoy that. Like real talk. Like the whole you gonna be inside with the little vest and have a white, I think you like that stuff.
With the white beanie and the cream colored long sleeve thermal shirt.
Facts.
The furry, like with the
if you
Uggs.
saw my family, so my mom's side of the family, they are the most Martha Stewart you will ever see. So like everything we did, it was so bougie. Camping was glamping. We had tablecloths and red wine, and like everything was like so fancy. And it was so big, such a big family. When we would do Thanksgiving, we would typically go outside because California is always like warm.
Hey, Martha Stewart got a BBL.
And get the big canopy, but we'd hang a chandelier, like actual, because they were electricians, hang chandeliers, have the whole. So I'm just used to everything being like this beautiful experience, and everything is like so pretty and organized and orchestrated, and we're pairing the wines with the right.
You probably get on your man nerves.
You know what's so crazy? I've actually started to what do you call it? Like influence him to where I've introduced him to the soft life. He's the guy who, when I first cooked for him,
Sprinkle kings.
You know what?
Sprinkle.
He would like, I would say, oh, where's your masher? Because I'm trying to, make mashed potatoes or whatever. And he's like, right here. Or I'd say like, where's your cooking scissors? And he'd pull out actual scissors. And I'm like, he was such a Neanderthal, bless his heart. And
Wait. In defense of my dog, one, we don't learn to appreciate those tools until we have someone cook for us. So it's not that he was a Neanderthal. He just wasn't experienced in the type of woman that you are.
I am okay with him being a Neanderthal. I always said, I'd rather do it with some ashy legs who needs to be house trained than some effeminate masculine, what do you call it? What's the word? Metro guy. So yes, but I am going to tease him.
Feminine, girly.
He had like most. He had the most
one
minimal.
thing that men do like?
Huh?
You know, it's one thing that we do like though. I don't know.
What?
I know me. Like, I like me a good knife. I like me a good knife.
Clearly, Monte
Like I'm
did too.
talking
And he
about
chopped his finger off.
several $100s, like hundreds of dollars. Like I like me a good knife to cut meat with. Yeah.
Yeah, he also likes a good knife. But for me, it's like I like having I love having the right tools. Like if we're gonna eat crab legs, I have crab little
Crackers.
crackers. Thank you. And I love to take the meat out. Like I have pot holders. He's the type of guy who's gonna fold over, a dish towel. Like I actually have pot holders. He's gonna just dangle the spoon over the sink. I'm actually have a spoon rest. I grew up with a gadget queen.
That's what that thing is called, a spoon rest.
Mm-hmm.
So I have this silver leaf. So I'm actually changing all of the silverware. I changed it all to gold. So I got a pot set, this cream and gold. My knives, my silverware is gold, and so I need to get a gold leaf to go with my what you call that thing? Spoon rest?
Mm-hmm.
That. So
Yep.
yeah. They are Amazon for like $8. I'm gonna get one.
I got a drawer full of buy like individual shit from Target. Until like I had a reason to not. But now like Mont just said, I got a really, really nice Damascus like cutlery set on the way. And I'm almost embarrassed to explain what the price point was, but that shit cuts water bottles in half. Like you could just it's like, and then I think every gadget I have outside of basic pots and pans stem from like a relationship I was in, because those are y'all the only ones that care. Like I've mashed potatoes with my fist, so he's not lying. I've used another pot to mash potatoes before because it's faster.
Never done that.
I didn't know a difference between heavy cream and half until like last year. No idea, right? But
the things y'all do without.
Yes, that's the point. That's where y'all add value.
He has like what do you call it? Solutions for everything, but they were like ghetto man solutions, and it just became this running joke where I'm just like, really, guy? Like I had to teach him. Sometimes you need scissors in cooking, but you don't use the same scissors you use to
you don't cross contaminate. Yeah,
right. So you have
my kitchen. I had to learn that too. I'm not gonna lie. I had to. So I didn't know that my scissors that come with I think it's like a sheath. It's probably the wrong term.
It's a sheath.
So it has a thing that it sits in. I was gonna cut paper with it, but I had to be told, hey, don't do that.
That's not it. And you're supposed to use separate cutting boards for your raw foods and like your meat, your raw meat, and so all these little things. And so, I just like having my little stuff. So it's really cute. So I got, these little trays. So if I'm bringing him something to eat, I have these little trays. And so at first he kind of laughed, and now I domesticated him. Now he'll have his little tray. And I just like having all these little comforts. Every time he would go to put his phone in, that he'd have to be like digging, trying to find his cord. So I got one of those little attachments that it's like the little pincher thing, and you just stick your cord and it holds it there. I'm all about making my life as soft as possible. And so I definitely have been rubbing off at him. I just feel like in your house, you should have the most luxurious, comfortable experience.
That's how you can tell a man has a woman. Like when he starts caring about, like when you look in his bag and all his wires are wrapped up neatly. Or like his lunch is packed neatly.
Or he has chapstick in the truck, and there's also a hand sanitizer in the door. You're like,
or he's got the not the because what we'll do is we'll hoard napkins. Hold on. So like we'll hoard napkins from like a restaurant, but then they put like the hand wipes in the car, like the wet wipes, the wet ones, all that stuff, or try to give you like toiletry shit when you travel. Like or the way they fold laundry is always way better than what we do.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what my pet peeve is when people use paper towels, napkins, and Kleenex interchangeably. I'm like, they all have different purposes.
Hey, okay, toilet paper. That's why I dropped a damn line. They're all absorbent for what our needs are.
If you know what's really funny about what Willie said and what you said? Most women, well, I won't say most, some women don't realize those are the things that a woman can do to add value to a man. And that's what we're intrinsically looking for. We're looking for not these big swinging things. Like, make my life easier by doing small gestures that, okay, like Willie said, get me the wet wipes, right? Put them in the car. Get me the hand sanitizer, because I'm gonna do one of these moves and wipe it on my clothes, I'm just going.
I'm at the house, it's going on my shirt, and I'm putting my shirt in dirty clothes. And I'm
oh my God, that
because I can get another one.
He's like, that's what my clothes are for, and I'm like, sir, I have clean. I'm like, for me, toilet paper is in the bathroom, and it is free on the toilet. It is not meant for doubling as Kleenex. I have Kleenex, and Kleenex is everywhere in the house.
I've never bought a box of Kleenex in my life, except for when I was in elementary school.
Kleenex.
I have, because I had small kids, but I was also married, and my wife told me to buy it. So that's the only reason why I bought it.
And did she probably have the cute little tissue covers too?
Yeah, and that's
no. So my wife wasn't that. So
why you got a box for tissue? Like, why do you have a cover box for tissue? That's
because women like cute stuff.
Yes, and then you're not looking. Then they do all these like bright, colorful designs, and if your house is beautifully ornate with like gold and white, and now you have purple tissue on the counter. So paper towels are for cleaning messes. Napkins are for eating at a meal. Toilet paper is for sitting on the toilet, and tissue, Kleenex, is for blowing your nose. So when people have like, where's your Kleenex?
Napkins are for eating food?
What about the hand towels? Like those, because this is one thing I don't believe in. Like,
so what are these paper towels for? These paper
towels are for cleaning. Those are for cleaning.
Wait,
but I eat with one.
Wait, so do you have decorative? You use decorative hand towels? Is that like still a thing?
Absolutely.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you.
And you can't. And this is the towel that I can't touch, right?
I've never been.
Now, that is one rule in my house. I don't play that. I don't do the you can't touch stuff.
I've never had a decorative hand towel in a bathroom that I may not use the front, but the back of that motherfucker I'm using.
I hate that concept.
In the middle, like where it's folded over.
Yeah, no, I'm not bad like that. No.
So,
I'm using your hand towel.
You know, when people take over the whole rack with the decorative stuff, that is annoying. Like, everything in my house is very practical. I like things to be very functional. It's not form over function. It's function over form a lot of times. And we'll try to find a nice way of putting it together, but it's going to be there. But I'm just like, I like having all the things. Like, you're going to come in my bathroom, there's going to be flushable wipes. There's going to be an air freshener. There's going to be extra toilet paper, because God forbid it runs out while you're there. Like, I'm very systematic, and I like people to have all the creature comforts. When we go in the car, he always is going to have paper towel, or there's paper towel, roll of paper towel. But there's also napkins in the compartment. There's going to be toothpicks, hand sanitizer, utensils for the time that they forget to give you something, or you run quickly and you need a plastic fork. There's going to be an extra straw. We always have scissors in there, because you never know if you need to cut something open in the middle of your trip. And a pen.
You got a survival.
Yeah. I don't play about my car. And then I put 2 mounts in the car, so that if we're doing a road trip, he uses his for GPS. And then mine, I could put some kind of a show where we usually listen to something where you don't have to look at it. It's like some crime show or whatever. And then we play it through the system. Like, I am all about being comfortable. I don't like doing without. I like to be absolutely prepared. Like, I don't play games. Play with someone else. I even keep a picnic blanket in the car, because you just never know when you're going to have a picnic. But yeah, I think that's important. Anyway, we have gotten.
Do you pack his bag too? Like, you'll go on vacation?
So I let him pack, but then I do the checklist. What I do is unpack it, because he picks out his outfits and he's particular about his outfits. So what I'll do is I'll go through a checklist and be like, undershirt, toothbrush, because a lot of times he forgets things. And then when we come home, I'll put it away. That's
a role that y'all supposed to do. Like, why should I remember the toothpaste, the lotion, the deodorant, the toothbrushes, the little cup? Like, okay, let me tell you what's crazy.
Not the show.
I have never had a toothbrush cover in my entire life until I had a woman. And now I'm like, okay, I can't. Like, now I feel like I can't live without having a little.
Yeah, you can't have it exposed to all the elements.
But see, I didn't care. Like,
See, but
hey,
I will give him all the travel stuff. So I make sure I'm always stocked up on little miniature lotions, little miniature toothbrushes, little miniature mouthwashes, so that all he has to do is go into the little travel case and he picks out his little items and has everything that he needs.
that's
I
great.
just love making his life easier. Or if he goes to, like, let's say he has to run somewhere and he has to quickly, yes, I am. He has to go, do whatever. I really like making sure he has everything neatly right there. Like you're going to have, if I give you something and it's messy, I'm going to also give you a little grocery bag so you could put it in the grocery bag and it's not sliding all over the seat and getting messy. I might give you a plastic fork so you could just throw it away. I'm going to give you, if it's really messy, I might throw a wipe in there or wet a paper towel. I just really like him having all the creature comforts. It's just the nurturer in me, I guess. But he'll be like, that's
That's
okay, but I'm
good. That's really helpful.
What's that?
That's the benefit of having a woman. That's like one of the benefits, like one of the, because I actually was talking to somebody earlier, and I was telling them like, because I'm one of those guys that I am traditional, so like the bare minimum for me and a woman is like, can she cook, can she clean? That's the
Mm-hmm.
bare minimum to like kind of get in the door. Can y'all hear me? I was breaking up a little bit,
Yeah.
but I was saying that's the bare minimum. Somebody was like, oh no, you shouldn't be that way, and I'm like, if I couldn't make money, you would. That's the bare minimum for me. Like
Right.
I should be able to make some type of money, and I should be able to like take out some trash. Like these are like, most women will be like, no, I don't want a man who can't make more money than me, and that's reasonable. So I get it. Like,
Wait. Oh, can I show it?
Whoa.
Oh my God, this is so cute. So I don't know why I got super lightheaded all of a sudden. So I just asked if he could make me a little something. Look what I say.
That's definitely. I got a girl now.
I'm so childish because I'd have drew a penis. I'm not gonna hold you. Like if we're just making it now.
He's not a mushy kind of guy. So I actually think that it was more artsy. Like I'm gonna be artsy and
Take a
draw.
picture of it, and so you can memorialize it.
Oh my gosh, this is hilarious.
You gotta like memorialize. Y'all women like that kind of stuff. They look back. Oh, look at what he did. Y'all be liking that little cute.
That is true. That is so funny.
It does like the most for y'all.
Oh my God. I'm such a person.
Right, Willie.
I like when I travel, you would laugh at me. When I travel, I think through every possible scenario in which I could possibly be uncomfortable. And so I have all these things that I pack. And it's so funny because my friends used to make fun of me for how I was when we would go places. But inevitably, somebody ended up asking me stuff like the beach. You know how messy and dirty the beach is or whatever. So I had this system where I would bring a table and I would bring one of those water dispensers that you has a little spout. You could push it and hold it down and it stays down. And then I would bring an actual pump soap. And so people would be like, oh my God, you're so extra when they would see me walk up with all this stuff. But what would happen? Everybody's done and then ready to eat and their hands are black. If you've ever lived in the beach areas, your hands are black. Suddenly, I'm not the weirdo anymore because we now have running water and you can actually wash your hands versus the people who are just trying to like wipe their hands in their towels. Or if I'm on a plane, I'm thinking through ahead and I have a little baggie for trash. I have a little cup that's bigger than the little cup they give you because I want to have a double and have ice in it. Like, I just really like to think through things. And that's one of the ways I show love is by trying to make your life as soft as humanly possible. Okay. All right. That was question 5. Okay, perfect. Mont, by the way, I'm going to give you a segment tonight if you want it. So this is your heads up to send me any videos if you have them. I do have some videos. Chris, thank you for checking in. You said we had 10 likes, so that's good. That means you guys are doing your fizzle.
That was a while ago. I ain't checked back in a minute.
And we only have 11 watching right now, so I'm just glad it's an even number. Okay, so we are going to get into some videos. Okay. Now, I told you, we were very disturbed by the outcome of the Chiefs game. We were really hoping to, create history. I did a little bit of research and I finally found out why exactly the Chiefs lost. And I'm going to show you the
Oh,
evidence.
that's easy. Fly, Eagles, fly. Go Birds. You a Dallas Cowboy fan?
Bro, I'm from Dallas.
No, I'm talking about Yonci.
My man is from Kansas, so therefore I'm I'm going to consider if you're going to be allowed back on the show with the disrespect I just heard. Here's the evidence I uncovered.
I just laughed.
No, about your Eagles, little champ. Here's the evidence.
Little champ? They put up a 40 ball.
Here's the evidence I
You know
uncovered.
one thing I hate about teams is
Oh, man. That voodoo doll ain't had nothing to do with it. The NFL is rigged. It is the sport. NFL and NBA are reality TV at its best. Reality TV at its finest.
I don't doubt at all that there is rigging. I saw a documentary on the refs doing dirty stuff for a basketball league, and how there's a lot of corruption.
That's why they pay players now, because pay players in college, because before you only had certain powerhouse teams. Your Texas, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, teams like that, Ohio State. Those were your Michigan.
That's football. That's not basketball.
Right. I'm just saying for football purposes, right? Those were your powerhouse teams. But now that everybody can, get paid and, NIL deals are running rampant, you won't see Alabama running the show, from now on. You'll see it differently because,
they paid people because the alternative was to lose the ability to require them to go to college for a year. And if you don't have college basketball, that's like an $18 billion a season industry. So they had to pay people. They didn't have a choice, because when the next collective bargaining comes up, they're not going to make kids wait a year to go to college. They're not going to make kids go to college anymore to play basketball. The only reason why they do it for football is because it's a physical development issue. Most kids that come out of high school that may be really good aren't physically developed enough to go to NFL. So they have to pay those players. And then if you just didn't pay professional athletes, that'd be slavery. And I think that's frowned upon.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Everyone okay?
Yeah.
So someone took flight. Okay. All right.
Yeah. I hate the Super Bowls in New Orleans too. I think New Orleans is the worst place in the world to host shit.
Why do you say that?
It's cool for Mardi Gras, but like New Orleans is dirty, it's old. Like the stadium they had the Super Bowl in is super old. Like it's just New Orleans is not the place. New Orleans ain't been like cool to go to a like what do they say lit since like Freaknik and shit was out.
Did you say that the city is old and dirty?
New Orleans is dirty.
Have
you been in New Orleans before?
I went every single summer for 12 years.
Yeah. When did you stop though?
It would have been about 2013.
Yeah, New Orleans is dirty.
Like unless you're trying to rebig your back, ain't no reason to go to New Orleans for real because the food is fire.
Oh,
everywhere I went, they tried to feed me. I was so skinny when I used to go there, and it was like you would have thought I was a cancer patient. Like, oh baby, I'm like, I'm good.
You show his Poe. Yeah, I'm cool.
If they ain't gonna do nothing else, they gonna feed you in New Orleans now.
They didn't rob you.
That is a fact.
Don't go to the wrong part.
Okay, let me set up another video here. All right. What do we think about this? Do we think that this is going to be a solution for the incels?
Sorry. Yeah, no reason.
And look at the spelling.
Interacting with humans.
Typo is
Okay.
first.
Give it information or collect demographic or collect some biometric data. Say, oh, this person has a fever. They forgot to take their medicine, and send a human to come intervene. Things like that.
Do they need like the iPad to get the input, or can they?
No, there's different ways to.
They take the Down syndrome brow like away from her. That'd be cool. But outside of this,
Oh
I
my
don't think
God.
that's not gonna be for incel. That's gonna be for men in general. Like,
Wow.
there's a lot of dudes that's just gonna be like, shit, for $9,999, I ain't gotta pay for a date again. And she battery operated. I can control her with my phone, and her fingers bend both directions. Yeah.
I cannot. They were saying something about like they could do certain biometric stuff where if they needed medication or something, it could alert. I'm like that would creep me out if I was sleeping and I wake up to that thing talking about you need to take your meds.
Hey, watch the movie called Subservice. It's got Megan Fox in it. It's pretty funny. It's about this.
I think it's called Subservient?
That's I
watched
that's pretty
that.
decent. I think I finished it. I'm not sure if I finished it, but
I just watched a movie with a
movie
about 2 months ago with an AI wife.
I knew he was gonna hit her. As soon as he bought her at that little convention, I'm like, man, he finna go home and do some nasty stuff with this lady. And then
he didn't do it fast enough for me.
His wife died, but I'm not trying. I mean, again, I'm not gonna hold you for what it costs. Yeah. If I'm spending that type of money, I gotta know what that's like. I'm the guy that when I get a car or a phone, I try all the features. So if I bought an Android, I'm fixing to try all the whole features. Like, it's a lot. I paid for it, it's mine. But at the same also though, the cleanup has to be crazy. I don't want to know. Like, I'd have to get a housekeeper for that. Like, she had to charge me extra or something because I'm not cleaning it. I don't clean up after myself. I'm not okay with doing that at all.
I cannot.
Once it leaves me, it's your problem.
I cannot. I'm not even gonna touch that with the 10-foot pole. Okay.
I end up on child support.
Is this the movie that I? Yeah, this is the movie that I saw. What's the name of it though?
Hey, but I like the one for little kids. That Megan movie. That shit was funny.
Yeah, I was gonna say Megan was, and there's a 2 coming out.
Yeah, they got a second one coming out.
Hey, my baby girl can do the dance that Megan does at the end when she starts going crazy. She does it. It freaks me out. Like, why
That
you do
is
this?
hilarious.
I was
Well,
gonna post the one, but I don't post the kids.
What else freaks me out? Now, how he's walking so like quickly and confidently with his eyes covered is beyond me.
That's a new level of trust.
That is. I mean, he had no hesitation, no stutter steps.
It might be staged though.
She about to propose?
No, she about to tell me he got caught cheating.
Told you. She about to propose.
Called it. That doesn't even look right.
I don't even understand why would you get down like that and propose to a man?
Because he's the prize, duh.
Like, it doesn't even look right in her dress and her shoes.
I love it. I don't know why I love it.
Why?
Because it reinforces the fact that we have gender roles for a reason, and that women don't, and that women have double standards also. Like, there is a double standard, and it's real that you're not getting on one knee. I got to do it. So let's all acknowledge that. We're not only going to acknowledge the double standards when it benefit us, but this is one of the prime examples of like where all women are like, no, never in a billion years. So I like this one. I like that.
You know what I feel? What struck me specifically about seeing this, just based on different things that I've been learning about men. You know how you guys always talk about that you take on a liability, especially if you're the traditional one and you're providing and all that. To me, it's like, how am I proposing that you're going to take care of me? Like, if you really think about it, that's really what you're saying. Because a guy is saying when he proposes, I am going to submit, like, not submit obviously like that, but it's like that's the gesture, like getting down, like I'm offering this to you and I'm offering my provision, I'm offering my security, I'm like you're presenting it to her and saying, do you want this? So if we're proposing, it's kind of weird because it's like I signed you up for this. Like I signed you up to buy me a gift. I signed you up to pay for a house. Like how you sign up someone to do the heavy lifting?
You propose to me, I'm assuming I'm going to be a house husband.
That's what I'm saying. Right. Passenger
I think that's how it works.
And I'm acting accordingly. And so that means that within 2 years, I'll be cheating. And within 3, I'm filing for a divorce. I will become the most hypergamous man ever. Since you
got to stay for 10 years so you can get the alimony.
You ain't got to stay for 10 years. All I got to do is have a baby.
That's you don't get alimony.
I don't want alimony. I want child support.
If you stay for 10, you get alimony and child support.
Well, yeah, we stay. Alimony is child support.
Come on, Willie, you got to keep up. Keep up.
Yeah, I'm not good at being a woman at all. I'll admit that. But I do know that alimony is just child support for single mothers. So, like, I'm not a big fan of alimony, so I wouldn't want to say the A word.
Okay, so here is you mentioned the double standards. This is another double standard. This said, what if men hyped up their guys like women hyped up their girls?
What you mean, like?
God damn, you fine as hell. I see you, boy. Yeah, bro. Yeah, you stepping tonight, my. Hell yeah.
Bro, stop. You see me?
Who out here stepping on necks? Okay, biceps.
I've been working out for real though, but shit, you got chill, bro.
Okay, muscles bulging, print poking.
Is it like that? Whoa. Oh my gosh, bro, you can really see it?
They not fucking with you, my boy.
Whoa.
Bro, stop, bro.
No, cause bro, look, you finna get all the Chris Brown who? Trey Songz who? Cause they ain't fucking with you.
They ain't got shit on me for real.
But bro, I can't get over the sweats though.
I'm telling you, bro, this is thrift store.
Like body is tea. They compliment the print to perfection, my guy.
That's gay.
They'll be slanging for real.
That's gay.
Is there something you want to tell me? What? I can't compliment my yeah. Y'all be complimenting the butts, the boobs, everything. I can't. Y'all be under the comments so hard. I can't hard on my real life.
For real.
Come on now. Y'all be talking about y'all face card is valid. I can't validate my face card. Like, make it make sense. Y'all be like, no, yes, bitch. I can't, yes, nigga, my nigga. How that work? This shit hella unfair.
All up in the comments talking about, ooh, you so thick, girl.
Right, like, come on, make it make sense. Toxic masculinity shit. Come on, bro. We supposed to be out here supporting each other. So I'm supporting my print. Y'all support the BBLs. His body is tea. So I'm gonna take a drink.
And don't even get me started on the girls' trips.
Right, they be out there wilding. The second I say my handsome, it's a problem. Now all of a sudden we gay. Why we gotta be gay? I can't support my
I think they projecting. They really gay.
Damn, it just don't sound right when it's coming from y'all.
That's your point, Matt.
They want equality.
Double standards.
Yeah, it's either you accept them all, or we ain't doing none of them.
It's funny because I talk about my courses, how the difference of the guys. Like, guys aren't like, oh my God, you look amazing. Y'all be teasing, like, okay, I see you skip leg day. Or, build.
Yeah, we compliment in reverse. We're like, damn, bro, why your pants so fucking tight? Like, that's what I'm not going nowhere with you. Like, your ball's about to catch fire, bro. Like, what are you doing? Like, you got your nuts in a cheese grater? Nah, bro, take your ass in the house and change clothes. With the little bitty ass pants on. I see your whole ankle, bro. Your whole ankle, and you got on boots, and I can still see your ankles. And pirate ass boots on. Like, that's how we greet each other. But if I was ever out and somebody was like, "Damn, Willie, I see you printing today," I'd be like, first of all, sir,
why are you looking?
What? And then two, no, hell no.
Okay, speaking of print, nope. I was having this debate.
Nope.
Do you think it is disrespectful?
No.
For a man to wear clothing that clearly outline his print and show a bulge?
No, y'all wear shit with y'all titties out all the time, and all it takes is for a 5-degree temperature drop, and now your nipples is cutting diamonds. No, it's just part of our body. That's what happens.
I think it's inappropriate if it's if you. It depends. If you got a girl and you doing it on purpose,
it's intent.
Yeah, it's the
It's all
intent behind
It's
it.
intent behind
But
it.
what if someone is naive and okay, this is the
You're
argument.
not naive. No.
The argument that somebody said.
You're never naive when you step out the house and you wearing what you wearing. Like
I disagree.
That's
I
like
think-
saying. Let me say this real quick. I'm gonna let you go. So that's like saying when women wear them, them low cut shirts, or they be when they in the videos and they doing like this or whatever, and their nipples are showing. You know it's there. Oh my God! I can't believe you looking. Really? Stop that. You know.
When y'all wear
It's different for men.
Ass is assing.
It's different for men, right?
Please do tell.
Okay, so us as men, when we put pants, we're just putting pants on. No man is like, oh, I'm gonna put these pants on and let me check how my junk look. We don't do that, right?
Right.
But women, every time you put on a pair of pants and you think you look cute, you're going to turn around and see how you look in the mirror every time. If you ever look how you look in the mirror, you knew what you was doing. Men, we don't check our junk. We don't care.
Okay. However, let's just
I don't
say
even look at my outfit when I leave the house. Only thing I look at is my face.
so. Let's just
Because
say
we know what it look like.
Yeah.
let's just say I'm your girl, and you get dressed. You throw on some gray sweatpants, and when you turn to the side, it looked like you smuggling a pack of grapes. And I say to you,
grapes.
Yeah, that's real. There's bulge. I'm trying to be okay.
Can we use a more accurate description?
A pear. I mean, I don't know.
A banana, a sausage link, or
I mean,
if you look like you're smuggling grapes, that means you got herpes or something. Because that's a bunch of bunch.
Fire crunch. That's what I'm saying. Like grapes.
That's a good analogy. Because
grapes. She read the comments. Whoever Pterodome is.
I did.
And the first thing you see is the first thing that come to mind is a cluster of grapes. That boy is burning.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's use. Let's use something more appropriate.
I was thinking about the other stuff. Never mind. Anyway, the point is that if you're
I see what you're saying. You're talking about the bottom part. Yeah. We don't even think like that. We don't even think, let me go. Let me have my.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You're talking about what you're thinking about. What I'm saying is, what if it gets to the point your girl sees your outfit for the first time, and she says, "Your junk is junking like that. You're doing a whole lot right now."
Hey, then go turn the TV on.
At that point, it's disrespectful to continue and wear that outfit.
Yeah, because my intent is I now know, and I'm going to do it anyway. My intent is to go out like that. But also, sometimes y'all have a tendency to stare too hard. And so y'all like make it come out. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God, I can see it. I'm like, I've had women say to me, and I mean, sometimes I used to wear these really big sweats, right? Oh my God. First of all, stop it. This is a 4X sweat. You don't see nothing. I'm wearing these big sweats because I'm going to be.
Tell someone what they see with their eyeballs. That's like you say. We're telling you don't see a camel toe.
Listen.
Y'all see nipples. Y'all see camel toes. Y'all have eyeballs.
Well, we look at that shit when y'all we have X-ray vision too, so we automatically feel it. The difference is when y'all get cold, we get to see it. Or when y'all pick pants.
What I'm saying is you guys can't say that we can't see the print. There are so many videos, and you see a dude and he's wearing a certain outfit, nothing but in the comments. I'm like, y'all see what I see? Are we not gonna talk about?
Yeah, because y'all are perverts. That's why. Because y'all are pervs.
Okay, so here's my question then. Let's just say we are pervs, okay? Let's go on a basis of being pervs. If a woman knows that her sisters, the sisterhood, are pervs, would they want to send their man out advertising his junk?
Of course not. Like that's but
so
the thing is, y'all go out advertising y'all shit intentionally. We don't go out intentionally advertising.
That's exactly what we all said. We literally all said the same thing.
But here's my thing. Intent doesn't matter if we just like women could
intent does matter.
1,000,000,000%.
For the end result, women can smile and not mean anything by it. A lot of women can smile and not thinking of it. Men have to say
impact.
That's
impact. That's not intent.
Yeah, that's the impact of it.
But if she says my intention was not to give him my intent was not to make him think I was interested, but she's smiling in his face, and the impact is that he now thinks he has a shot. How is that different than a man not intending to show off his junk, but his woman says it's protruding, and then other women are just gawking all night. That is an impact. There is an impact on you.
Fantastic. So here's the difference. Here's the difference, right? A woman's smile is an action that she's taking. So the action that I would take is I allow myself to, stand up, and then that's the intent and the impact that it's having. But if it's just regular and it happens to be there, and you like, oh my God.
If your woman tells you that in those pants, in that outfit, that thing is banging, and you still choose to go wear that.
Yonci, so here's the difference. Here's the real difference, Yonci. So for one, men and women aren't the same. We know that, right? If my woman asks me to change my pants, I don't care. I'll change them. It's just pants. I don't care.
Okay,
right?
There we have it.
But but it's not the same for a man for his junk to be showing versus a woman, her ass to be out. It's just a completely different thing, because we operate in the world differently. If a woman is looking at my junk, she's a woman. It's whatever. But if men are fixated on a woman and how she's dressed, they're going to men judge other men off of their woman, right? They're going to judge me if my woman is dressed too provocatively or something like that. We're not the same. I want men to see my woman, and I want them to think like, dang, like I don't got a shot with her, but at least I still want to hold the door for her. I ain't even gonna try and talk to her because she looks like she out my league. But I'm gonna hold this door and I'm gonna say, you have a nice day, man. Your husband is lucky. I want them to feel that about my woman. If my woman, if her ass is out, they're gonna be like, I don't care. She not out my league. She in my league. She under my league. I can get this easy.
Right.
I don't want that.
But the ish, and respectfully, the question on the table is it disrespectful if your girl says in that particular outfit your junk is junkin, and I personally don't want it bulging like that in front of other women?
No, it's not disrespectful.
You need to tell me to change my pants. If you don't tell me to change my pants, leave me alone.
That's what I'm saying. If she says, I want you to change your pants, and he says, no, it's no big deal, you're just overreacting.
Most men are not going to say that. Most men who have respect for their relationship are not going to say that. You're going to be like, all right, babe, it's cool. I just switch it. I'll switch it out. But the flip side is, like, the double standard is, babe, I don't think you should wear that.
In my house, that it goes both ways. So if he said, I brought up that example.
But see, and this is what I'll tell you, like I told this young lady not too long ago. I said, listen, you can't compare other what other women do to how you move. Like, you have keys to the car, you have, you got the game, you built the game, right? So you got the lock, stock, and key. They don't have the game, they're trying to learn it. So you can't compare what you do to how they move. So how they move is, well, nah, you can't tell me what to do. Okay, go ahead.
I definitely think it should not be a double standard. I think that there are certain things that make a man be like, there's just certain materials, certain colors that will absolutely make them get a lot of unnecessary sexual attention. In the same way as if a woman lets her nipples show. Like, everyone has boobs. We know you're gonna have boobs. We know you guys have butts, whatever. But like, if you let your nipples show, that's on a different level. Or if you're rocking camel toe, that's on another level. So I think there's a difference. And
it's not often where women look at a man's pants and he know what the fuck he doing. I'm sorry for cursing. But like, it's a difference between, like, you know what you're doing and, like, oh, he happens to be packing. Like, women always know what they're doing. Like, y'all mean to tell me a man put on some gray sweatpants and he's like, yeah, I look good in these. Look at my junk. Like,
but to me, it doesn't matter the mindset. Like, to me, at the end result is that he's advertising what he's got. That's unnecessary. So I don't care I don't care if he's thinking he looks hot or he didn't even notice. Either way, like,
I think that's the difference between like men and women. Is like, a man, if a woman happens to be wearing something and you're like, yo, I can see what she got going on under that, we like that. We like that we can see what you got going on, but it doesn't look like you trying like you tried to get us to see it. I think it should be like the same. It's probably the same with men. Of like, if I just got on gray sweatpants, you can't tell me I know what I'm doing.
Well, y'all need to be educated because gray sweatpants in women land is lingerie. That is like a known fact in the sisterhood. Why is he going out wearing lingerie? Oh, I know this man ain't going outside with lingerie on. That is the equivalent of a teddy for a woman. So if y'all didn't know, now you know. You're welcome.
Now,
right.
the only thing that men know what they doing is like if we got on some like compression shorts or something, if we choose to work out in like compression shorts, we know what we doing.
That's a fact. That's like women who wear them biker shorts to the gym. You know what I mean? They wear them little nothing but that cut right up under the cheek. Like, you know what you're doing. Stop it.
The compression shorts should be worn under the shorts, anywho.
Nah, ain't doing that.
Yeah, you got to wear compression shorts to keep stuff where it's supposed to be. You don't want to be outside like.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, wiggling
But
and
like,
shit.
if we don't put the
undergarments.
if we don't put the shorts on top of the compression shorts, we know what we doing.
That's 100%. I'm agreeing with you. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the silly one. He's talking about how people be posting these like really wordy things for anniversaries, but then the juxtaposition with reality. Okay, so
around the sun with this one. You're positive.
Okay, so this is how girls post their guys and their anniversary.
Another year around the sun with this one. Your positive energy lights up any room you're in. You're always there for me, rain or shine. I love how you look at me. I love that you're a gentleman. I love your generosity. Basically, there's no one I would rather do life with. So thanks for putting up with me. Here's to another 100 years together.
Hey baby, I posted you. Did you get a chance to post me yet, or?
Someone was saying like the longer and the lengthier it is, the more the chance of it isn't real. Or they said people post a lot, it means that they're not really happy. I don't buy into that. I think some people are being extra.
You just trying. Who are you trying to convince? Yourself or us? And if either way, you're trying to convince somebody.
No, I think the problem is they said people, and we need to be specific and say women.
No, he said how women post their.
Oh,
in the caption it said it. We might have.
I was about to say, yeah. Somebody said. I thought you said people who post a lot. It's the women who post a lot. Like women do that as like a hierarchy. Like I don't know. They just do it to like. I don't know why y'all do that. Not
for
you.
Attention.
Like,
but for attention.
Yeah, like they just love
the same reason why that you got women that are dancing half naked on social media now. Same reason why you got OnlyFans is for attention. They
too scared to be real prostitutes and sell coochie, so they just go sell pictures of it.
Yeah, so some are so afraid that they won't get the attention that they need that they are then do whatever it takes to get it, and so now that they got it, they think that means something, and it really doesn't. Like, just because I heart the picture doesn't mean that I'm like Google it. No, I just okay, that's cool. I like it.
If you heart a picture, wait.
Yeah, let's get into that. Let's unpack that.
If you heart a picture with a girl with her ass out twerking,
no. I'm not saying like with her ass out. I'm just saying like if I like a picture in general, not with her ass out. I'm not. I ain't on that. Like,
so let me ask you a question.
In general, if her ass is out, you like it. It's for a reason. Now, if it's like an educational achievement, or she's salesperson of the year at whatever coochie sales job she has, that's different because you get an award. But if you just dry ass liking pictures with her ass and titties out, it's dick behind that.
Or if it's just a selfie.
That's hilarious. What's your question, Yonci?
My question is, and we've talked about this in the show, so I was directing at you because we've all talked about it. Do you think that it is appropriate as a person in a relationship to like pictures of the opposite sex?
What are the pictures of?
Just the
valid question. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
So,
I mean, what is because people are attractive.
So, what's that?
I was about to say, I'll specify. Like, he's saying that if it's a girl inside of a photo, and it's a selfie, it's just her face, she's smiling, right? She looks really pretty in this photo. Can you like that photo?
Yes.
So here's my question.
Now, if I'm liking the photo, putting heart eyes, I'm I'm doing the most. No, we're not doing that.
No, just the like. So
yeah, I mean, it's just.
So here's my question:
boost the algorithm.
What is the difference between liking her photo on Instagram and then if it was in person, you happen to see pretty people all the time. You happen to see a pretty person, and you turn around and tap her and say, "You're really pretty." What is the difference?
So first, you violated her space. You shouldn't be touching her in public because you don't know her. So that's first. If
okay, so what if you wave
I'm not
instead
putting my
of
hands on a woman.
Okay, so we'll take the touch away. You just said, "You're really pretty," and just.
So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Me personally, because I took the time to personally learn how to flirt. So therefore, I will flirt with no agenda. I'll say, "Oh my God, I see you, baby. You know, your belt is matching your shoes and your earrings. I see you," and keep going. Because I do that because I know that some people may not have had a nice word. They may not have felt noticed or seen. And so therefore, every once in a while, I'll do it and I'll keep it moving. Now, if I'm with my woman, I'm not doing that. But if I'm by myself, it's a different story.
Hold on, Chris.
So you're saying that there's power in
Yonci,
giving her the actual. I'm just making one point. So
Okay.
you're saying that it's your words are powerful and they could do something to her if she didn't maybe had low self-esteem or wasn't affirmed. Is that what am I correct?
Right. And on top of that, I am not expecting anything in return for what I'm giving. It's like I'm a mailman. I'm delivering your mail and I'm not
pushing. Yes.
That's it.
But on her
that's
end,
me though.
But on her end, she is receiving something that will enhance something for her. Okay, go ahead, Mont.
Okay, so Chris, so you're saying that you said that you sometimes you'll say this to a woman just so that she might not have heard it in a long time or whatever. You just kind of helping her out, right?
It's a multifaceted reason, but that's one of them. Yeah.
Okay, so you say this to only ugly women. You don't say this to attractive women, because we can assume that attractive women don't actually need this, right?
No, I only say it to attractive women. Women
Okay.
I don't say to women that I don't think.
Okay.
But then you tell it on yourself now. Because you don't say it to ugly women because you don't want the ugly women to think you want something. But you'll tell it to a pretty girl who hears that from every dude that walks by with balls.
No. So a pretty woman does not hear the same compliment that I would give. That's just
they do. How do you?
No, they don't.
Pretty women get
no, they don't.
Every day.
I can listen.
Do you know how creative these lame dudes are?
I don't, and so that's the problem. I don't.
So here's some game from a dude who has been around a lot of attractive women. These dudes are in their inbox telling them like, "Baby, I love how symmetrical the space between your toes are." Like they're saying weird shit like that. There is nothing you could come up with that an attractive woman has not heard. Nothing.
Well, you telling me something because I guess I've never been like around the lane or.
You knew that though because you only compliment pretty women. If you said now the people who don't get compliments are the ugly girls and the big backs. Compliment them. Like, hey, I see you working out now. Like, compliment them because those are the girls who need it. These pretty women don't need compliments from nobody other than their father.
Okay, you got a point.
So all I was gonna say is, and the reason why I was asking, does it do something for her? I look at attention as currency, and if you were to think about currency being tangible in a bag, like I gave you $50, that's like a set number. You know, you only have enough to give out. And when you're giving it to somebody else, I see it as that you're spending on someone else. So just like you wouldn't take your money and like go buy someone a drink or go randomly pay someone's light bill. That to me is like, for me, it's a violation. I only want that type of currency spent on me. And so the same thing with men. Like the only time I'll compliment a guy is if it's like preposterous. Like he's really, really old, you know, and I'm like, oh, you're dapper. Like that's a nice suit where there's no confusion. But
that's not true. You complimented on me just earlier. You know what I'm saying? My melanin was melanin. You know what I'm saying? If I had red teeth, you know what I'm saying? If I was light skinned like Willie, I would have been turned red. I'm just picking at you. But
to your point though, there could be a man who felt like that was too much. And
True.
You didn't compliment him. You complimented his camera lens.
I said his melanin was melanating though.
Yeah, because of the camera.
She laid it on kind of thick
thing,
too.
though. It's not a
That's a camera thing though. It's not.
But no, to his point though, in that moment, I was aware and I felt more comfortable because of this environment. Had it been like if I was a guest on someone's show and they didn't know me, then I might, because I wouldn't want there to be confusion. But that's why I was saying we know there is no confusion because of my situation, what have you. But for me, what is he sending me? But for me, I'm really particular. I guess I just try to err on the side of
So I get what you're saying, but for me, so if it's a bag of currency, right? So for me in that particular situation, I was doing it with monopoly money, right? And so when I got into a relationship, I'm not going out doing that. I may be like, oh, okay, you look really nice. I may
do when your girl's with you though.
No, I said I would never.
No, that's what you said. You said I don't do it when my girl's with me.
No, he's saying in a relationship.
What he said was.
Let me clarify.
What he said was, I don't do it when my girl's with me. That's what he said.
If I'm by myself. Yeah, I heard him say that.
So let me clarify. When I'm by myself, not in a relationship, I would do something like that. When I'm in a relationship, I cut that off.
Oh, I thought you were saying you just wouldn't do it in front of her.
Yeah,
but I mean, necessary to circle back.
Say what?
It's necessary for us to circle. I said it's necessary for us to circle back now, right? Because Yonci was making a point that if you're in a relationship, do you think it's okay to like a photo of another female, and it happens to be a photo where she just looks pretty, right? And you liking that photo, you're liking that photo. Why? Because it looks nice, or you're liking it because she looks pretty, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so essentially, the truth is you're liking it because she looks pretty, and she understands that I look pretty. Chris just liked my photo. Thank you, Chris. Now I know that you think I'm pretty, Chris. Right?
Yeah, you're tapping the like is communicating to her because you liked it regardless. That like happened in your brain. I enjoy this picture, but to take the effort to hit the button says I want that person to know that I liked it. Just like if Mont put something sad happened and he lost a family member, whatever, and I hit that, I want him to know that I'm empathizing. I'm sending sympathy, which I say, I wish there was like a thumbs down thing, like, man, I'm hurting for you, or a heartbreak picture. I want to communicate with my like or my emoji that I'm responding to your post.
So I hear that, right? But part of my motive, my MO is the internet is not real. It's not real life.
What?
It's not.
You're not really here right now. This is a figment of my imagination.
No. I'm just saying, like, it's not where I am like putting all of my marbles on, right? I'm just saying this is real people talking. But what I'm saying is I don't like put a whole lot of stock into, oh my God, I can't believe you like that picture. If my girl liked a picture of a dude, I'm not gonna flip out.
That's what cheaters. That's what cheaters and prostitutes say too. They like the internet's not a real place. It doesn't count. When the majority of relationships start off of social media now. That's true. But I just with social media communication now.
If
the thing is, you're welcome to have that opinion, but for me, I'm not going to put a lot of stock into. Oh, you like the picture. Oh, I like the picture. There's a difference between your intent on doing it. Like I just may be scrolling and just doom scrolling, right? Now I liked it in my mind. I don't have to really heart it. I don't. If I did, I did. It's to me, it's not that deep. Now, if I'm liking everything and I'm just everything she posts, now that's a completely different story. Me like one picture just because I saw it, somebody I don't even follow, it just happened to pop up in my reels. Yeah, okay.
Well, Chris, you know the problem with that? So the problem with to me, and Chris, you're extremely intelligent, and I know that this conversation, I know you're not like arrogant. You're going to be like, a
little bit.
Yeah, if you truly think that you can improve on this, you will, right? And
yes,
my position is it's the same thing as like if I was walking by a girl and she looked good, and I'm like, damn, and I just keep walking, right?
You said
in my
your chest.
and in my mind, I'm like, oh, I didn't intentionally do that. I just, it was just a reaction. It's the same thing as you doom scrolling and you saw a pretty girl and you liked her picture. I gave you a compliment, and maybe it didn't mean nothing to me, but it was a reaction that I had where I was like, damn, okay. And you kept it moving. You didn't want nothing back, but most men don't want anything back when they like pictures, which is why I tell men, whether you want a relationship or not, don't like no girl pictures. Because why are you doing it? You're doing it for nothing. She's getting something, you're not getting anything. And you don't always have to get something out of a situation, but people should be deserving of certain things, I think, right? And you're just going into this pool of 1,000 men, 1,000 dead men's souls who like the picture. This girl will not even dignify you enough to respond to your comment. She wouldn't. She'll go right across it and she'll talk to a girl that commented who ugly, right? And who she probably don't even know, never met. And she'll be like, thanks, boo. She'll go right over your comment, though. These girls don't deserve your like.
Yeah. So
And imagine as a woman, if you look at your dude and you see your dude in a girl's comments and she curving him, now you done embarrass yourself and your woman.
And also, you doom scrolling, right? If you doom scrolling, you like pictures, you have no idea if maybe you already got 6 likes on this girl page. You might not even know. Like, your girl can go on her page and be like, this nigga like 7 photos, and he ain't even pay attention to it.
I don't stay on social media that long, so
I just say, like, when it comes
but
to
it's a valid point. It's something that I can think about. You know what I mean? I don't make try not to make immediate fast decisions. Definitely, I need to be more intentional with what I do when I'm doing stuff like that. So that's something I can definitely take into consideration.
I love that. It's a very mature response. One of the things I notice with people is some people
They talk with their left hand.
I'm very handsy. Some people,
yeah, you twirl your hair, and when you don't have your jacket up, you twirl your chain.
I do. I'm always like fidgeting with stuff. So
that's ADHD.
I know my teacher used to laugh because she goes, at first I would get mad that you would doodle all the time, but she's like, I realize you have to. I would have to be like moving or tapping my leg or something.
Get a fidget spinner.
But yeah, I actually
got one on her ring finger.
I have this little thing and I just be like this. So but I noticed that some people are very focused on their intention. Like I've dated people like that where they're very focused on their intention, and anytime something was brought, it went back to their intention and their innocent intention and wanting credit for not being intentional. I don't know if that was a Mott thing or a Willie thing, but with the whole impact thing. And I think it is hard to hear a partner say this negatively impacted me if you genuinely, innocently did not mean anything. And so I think sometimes if we give less, I guess, weight to our intent and more weight on what the impact is, I think it will end up being more palatable, because that can be tough. Like if you're saying, I wouldn't care if she liked some guy's pictures and I know I don't care. It's hard to then go into this different headspace of like, but if someone else does, do I care enough to want to do that? So that's very noble, because I think a lot of people will just be stuck on, but it doesn't bother me, therefore it shouldn't bother you.
Women liking dudes' pictures means a whole lot more than, because with y'all don't like pictures that nearly the clip we do. Generally speaking.
Yeah.
Speaking
I
of
would
that,
be furious if my girl liked niggas' pictures. I would be furious.
So let me ask this question, Yonci. Do you know the statistic on the ratio of women, what they swipe right on versus what they swipe left? Do you know this?
Well, I do. They swipe left. They swipe left on 94. They swipe left on 94% of the pictures they see on dating apps.
I can tell you why.
Yeah, but the same reason that the men that women want swipe left too, because the profiles are ass.
If you saw, so my friends and I used to make jokes about this. It almost feels like it's there's an inside joke. If you saw what was on the women's side, you would be like, ain't no way. Ain't no way. Even when I look at men's profiles on Instagram, I'm like, you took this photo, you looked at this photo, and you said, I'm going to put this on. And I'm not even talking about whether I think he's handsome or not. I'm talking about This is terrible. Pictures where they're holding, like, they look like the camera was here and it's like shooting up their nose, or they're like a grandpa, like, how do you work this thing? The pictures that men choose to put on, I have seen actual boogers hanging out of nose. Like, how do you put a picture up and you don't see a boogers hanging out of your nose? There are the most unattractive pictures, or they'll do a whole page and it's nothing but memes. He's not even on the photo.
So on the flip side, though, Yonci, women have a tendency to do the same thing. Like, they'll have photos, 5 photos of them from here up, right? Or one photo of them, from the angle, right? Or they'll have a bent over photo, right? So it's very.
But it's not unattractive. They're intentionally trying to.
Yes, it is. It's very unattractive.
You're saying the angle is attractive, or the fact you don't know what they look like is unattractive?
That's what it is, attractive, though, but it's not unattractive what they're doing.
No.
You're intentionally trying to hide something.
You're talking about deceit versus unflattering. What I'm saying, I'm saying the opposite. Women are taking pictures strategically to make themselves be in the best light. I'm talking about just from common sense, not about ethics.
They're not trying to make themselves be in the best light. They're trying to make themselves. They're trying to make
We're saying the same thing. I said they're taking pictures, putting themselves in the best light. So if they're overweight, they're not going to get an angle that shows their body. If they, whatever they're trying to,
deceitful. That's what that is.
I'm agreeing with you. What I'm saying is the end.
You said it nicely. They're lying. That's not attractive.
I know, but you're missing what I'm saying.
No, I hear you. I do.
I'm telling you why logically it makes sense. If people are plotting and scheming and using filters and angles to make themselves look better, whether they really look better or not, the photo looks better. So if there's a bunch of photos that look good, we're not talking about ethics and what they look like off the app. I'm talking strictly of photos. I've seen a guy's picture where it was a model photo and the angle was, he literally looked like a Greek, well, not even Greek, but a black god. And then there was a random candid photo. His forehead looked like this big. It was like, how is this even the same person? So angles matter. So all I'm saying is, when you compare the statistics of pictures being swiped on, it's because most men don't know how to put up a flattering photo, and most women know how to put a flattering photo. Now,
I think you have a group chat about it.
But once you see them in real life, they might not look like the picture. But what I'm saying is, picture-to-picture comparison, there are more flattering pictures, because I've turned the app on to women so I can see what the women look like, and they're pretty pictures. Then I go to the men's side and I'm like, oh, there are not that many attractive men.
Well, when you think about it, taking a good photo is all about deceit to some degree. You want to make sure that your lighting is right. You want to make sure that whatever your bad, you don't want to take it on your bad angle, right?
Exactly.
You take it on your good side.
I think you have a group chat to tell y'all how to take photos.
I think you could make a lot of money by cleaning up a man's dating profile and telling them how to take pictures. Because
they're too arrogant to get help.
It was literally because I think you could literally track it. I think you could literally track it, right? And I think you could track the metric and be like, well, now you got swiped on, you got 30 more hits by just taking a better picture and not putting something stupid in your bio. Yes. It's so simple. You can just,
It's bad.
They probably in their own
bitter
way.
guy be like, if you got this, don't contact me, and I'm sick of it. Oh my God.
Women do the same thing.
I didn't say they don't. I did not say they do.
And they do way worse.
I have examples in my course of both. Trust me, I equally bash.
I will say this, that when women do it, they are significantly more delusional than a man could ever be. I don't believe that men are capable of the same level of delusion unless they're mentally ill.
I'm just going to let that be. My point is, I think that there are a lot of men who don't understand what women want to see. And when they think about, a lot of times when men take photos, they take photos of what they envision manly looks like. So they do these serious faces, and I call them prison poses, and they do all this stuff, and they're taking pictures of what they look at their peers doing. I don't even know how to explain. It's not what their peers doing, but it's what they would imagine in their mind what looks good. they're not understanding women. So women, we like to see smiles, but in their mind they go, smiling is gay, smiling looks soft, but it's the most attractive. Why do you think we go crazy and we're like, black man smiling? It's a hashtag. Like black boy joy, we love a smile, but men are like, this is what women like. Like no.
So you realize that women have this. So women do the exact same thing that men do, right? Women have 5 photos and none of them are smiling.
In my course. Yep.
They have the I'm so professional. I want you to take me serious, so I'm not going to smile. Baby, relax.
A lot of them think it's sexy though, Chris. They think it's sexy to give the like.
That's what I'm saying. Like on both sides, and I don't know. Well, I'll say it this way: you're saying what men do, right? Mm-hmm. I can only tell you what I've seen women do in the 7-8 years that I've been dating or on dating app.
Go on an app one time, Chris, just for giggles. Go on an app and just for a minute.
I'm not.
And flip the gender, and you're gonna be like, oh my god.
No. So here's the thing, and it's so funny because I used to host a podcast. And the girl on the podcast used to tell me, she used to always yell at me, not literally yell, but you always used to tell me, you don't date men, so you don't see what I see. So I've heard it all.
But you gotta see it.
Well,
you
Chris,
be like, there's no way these men are.
Chris,
no.
And I know that men are bad. I know they are.
Chris, here's the thing, right? It doesn't really matter if a woman does the same thing. Because we're still going to F-U-C-K.
Like it anyway.
We can still go try and F-U-C-K, right?
Absolutely.
Of course, if she smile and if she looks nice and she looks soft, she may start out in another category, right? Which is good for her. But if she just got, if she not smiling or nothing like that, maybe she got a gap, maybe her teeth ugly and she don't want us to see it. That's cool. Oh.
How did you catch me slipping?
Well, you know why? Because I'm driving.
I went 21.
We still had time banked from last time, though.
You are right. There was a 10 minutes, so I went 11 minutes over.
But no, Yonci, you broke rules.
How?
You always have to be transparent. We made a pact last time that you have to be transparent in the chat about the time of the Didn't we talk about that? You remember that, Willie?
She is enjoying this conversation so much.
Our agreement.
No, once the show gets extended, but there was nothing to document because nothing got extended.
You just said we had 10 minutes extra.
No, what I'm saying is that the show ends at 9 every time, 10 for you. So anytime it's 10 for you, that's the end of the show. Willie just reminded me that there was at the last minute not Chanel jumping on too. But yes, Mont did pay at the very end, so he put an extra 10. So I was saying, even if you consider that, I still went 11, now 12 minutes.
Hold on, Yonci. This is my proposal, right?
I'm listening.
Right? And I'm just saying because it makes the most sense, right? You technically did breach our agreement, right? You are supposed to have the time that the show ends inside of the chat.
But it always ends at the same time.
Hold on. Yonci, it is not anyone's fault but you that you didn't know that the show went to 10:10 tonight. I mean 9:10 tonight. That's your fault.
And that's why I cut it off, which is in my prerogative.
Hold on. But you did not transparently put the time that the show ends inside of the chat.
How do I have to put that if it's always the same time? It always ends at 2 hours.
Tonight we didn't end at 9 tonight. We were supposed to end at 9:10.
Okay. Only because
I'm going to send some money because since you breached our agreement, it is only right that you give us time to send you money.
Well, you are now 13 minutes in the negative right now. So I'm just to be clear,
Wait a minute. So you trying to tell me that you got a hard and fast rule that you got to cut it at 9 o'clock?
We don't cut the show unless if it's extended. Yes, the show ends. So
you're telling me that you're not enjoying this conversation? That's what I'm asking you.
I give free.
So
2
okay, so
hours.
let me rephrase my question
Every
the same way
week,
I just
I
asked
give
it, right?
myself
Because I heard that
2
part earlier that women answer the way that they feel that I asked the question, and so I'm not asking you if you give the opportunity. My question is, are you enjoying the conversation?
So the conversation is enjoyable. However,
Well, no, period.
However,
However, you're negating what you're saying.
However, I do value my cupcake time more than any conversation. So if I'm not working, huh?
You work full time?
I'm always on the clock. I'm an entrepreneur.
Oh, okay. So you can cupcake at any time, is what you're saying?
No, I can't because my
You
guy,
got a job, bro.
My guy is not an entrepreneur. Anywho, okay, so
What's up,
this.
buddy? What's up, buddy?
Okay, so we are at thank you, Mont. All right, so let me put this in the chat. 60 minutes.
Chanel, you're going to be quiet.
So we are now going to 10.
She has Bounty's heart cut off. Listen, don't be a hater.
Thank you, Chanel. Yes, if I get a message at 11 a.m., I'm responding to it. Okay. All right. So we are on the clock. I put it in the chat, sirs.
So he extended the show 60 minutes?
Yes, sir.
It's currently 9:24, so it's 10:24. First of all, my name is Chris. So let's.
Okay. First of all, the clock started at 9:10. So therefore, if an hour was on the clock, it goes until 10:10. He just paid after the fact. Anywho, so what were we talking about here? I don't appreciate the three of y'all ganging up together. I don't appreciate that, sir.
I just want to point out, I didn't even have to say anything this time.
The henchman did it for you. It's terrible.
I didn't say that either. I just point out I'm over here being accosted by my dog.
Okay, let me document this here. What were we talking about though? We were talking about giving people attention and all
swiping on apps.
Yeah. Oh, we were talking about apps and how bad. I just think that there are a lot of people who don't know how to take a good photo. They don't know how to do flattering photos. There's just so many things that are just bad, and it's like no wonder nobody is swiping. Or I look at some guys' pages on, let's say, Instagram, and it is literally nothing but memes, but yet they're trying to spit game at a woman. You cannot have nothing but memes and then slide in her DM and think she's going to give you the time of day. She doesn't know what you look like. At least do one photo or video and pin it at the top and then go on about your memes. But she's got to have some idea about what you look like. We're humans with eyeballs. Come on.
That's why I say social media is so wild, right? Because people have unrealistic expectations of what the other person should be doing, and that's why dating.
If they slide into my DM, yes, I have expectations.
No. I'm saying that's right, but what I'm saying on the other end, the people who have no pictures of themselves, or you should like me because of what because I slid in your DM. That's unrealistic.
I'm with you on that.
Like,
or
how do you expect
me to add
to
me as a friend and then have me accept it and then look at my picture? Like, they ain't going through all that, man.
Right. I don't want to add you to no, because once I don't like your pictures,
that's weird.
And you message me first. Now let me say this, because this was big on Clubhouse, right? So I used to host the Ask a Black Man. I think you met me on Clubhouse, right?
I'm not 100% sure. I have a memory of like the size of a pea, so
that's okay. So I think I met you first, like on Clubhouse. You said what?
I hate Clubhouse.
Well, I mean, I hate it now, but Clubhouse was it's still on.
It was a vibe. I was feeling
it was popping. It was popping during the pandemic, right?
On in the beginning. Oh, go ahead, Chris. My bad.
No, it was on in the beginning, but I don't know what it is now. I ain't been on it in.
I actually forgot it was a thing.
Yeah, so my homeboy be telling me, man, I was on Clubhouse. I'm like, you was? Just whatever. Anyway, so So women would slide in my DM on Clubhouse because you know how you used to link your Instagram, and they would slide them, and then I would have to go to the page and be like, "Oh, okay, this is cool." I would click on their page, and it's a block or lock profile, ma'am. And then so they would be like, "Oh, did you see my DM?" No,
I sure did.
No, or I would respond, "Hey, your page is locked. I can't really." I would love to have a conversation with you. Oh, just add me. Nah.
I hate that. Just
when I add you, I'm gonna unfollow you because we're not doing that. We're not playing that game. I'm gonna add you to see what I want to see, and then I'm done.
I want to see what I want to see, and then I'm moving on. Yeah. People got to be realistic. I really, really, really think people are very unrealistic a lot of times in their expectations. The one that kills me is like, I'm going to be an ice princess, an ice queen rather, and wait until this guy falls in love with me, and then I'll show him my personality. And I'm like, man,
I never understand that.
Be there anymore.
I never understand that. Like, I'm going to wait for him to do everything, and then I'm going to reciprocate. You know how dumb that sounds? Because you want to make me put in max effort, and then what? Yeah, I'm gonna go after I recognize.
Women only pull that shit on men. They can pull that shit on. They don't.
No. I'm just saying, like, so what I did during my dating phase is I asked a lot of questions and I dated a lot, and I wasn't really trying to date every woman. I just was gathering as much information for data purposes, right? So that I would have the information to know how to kind of move. So I would talk to people and be like, oh, well, how do you like to date? Or how do you do this? And what do you do? And some would be like, they would tell you flat out, oh, I'm not going to do anything until he does X, Y, and Z. Thank you very much. I needed to hear that. And it's really crazy how some women think.
Men need to control what you can control. You can't control what women are expecting you to do. All you can do is control the type of man you are. And if more men focused on becoming the type of man that women can't play with, we would have these type of conversations.
I 1,000% agree with you.
But it sounds like you don't, because you spend time asking questions to women trying to gather information instead of becoming the guy that they don't even have to ask those questions of.
So here's the thing. How long you been married?
I'm not married, but if you say over my life, 15 years.
So you were married before?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So I got divorced at 37. I got married at 22. So I didn't know how to be a boyfriend. So I had to learn a lot of things about how to date. And so the way I decided to date was just drop myself into the dating and just learn as much as I could learn about how women move, learn about how, this thing works. And then at the same time, I did to learn how to develop who I needed to be. That was one of the things that my mentor told me. Listen, decide who you need to be, decide the type of woman that you need, and what the type of man that she needs, and then become that man. And so that's what ended up happening. I became the guy. So, you're not there's no woman that's gonna play with me. It's not.
Don't just become who she needs, become who she wants.
Yeah, you need to become who you want to be, and then that's typically who women need is a man with their purpose. If you have a purpose and you walk in that purpose, every woman you come across is going to just innately align with that. When you're trying to go out here and deviate and be like a ladies' man, or trying to figure out what women want, that's when you fuck up.
That's the first thing I said. Decide who you need to be.
No, not who you need to be. You decide what your purpose is. There's too many men out here trying
I think it's a play on words. So
it's not, because if you don't have a purpose, you can't do anything. You can't build on top of that. And one of the things a husband should have before he's a husband is a purpose, and that's independent of his woman. If your woman is your purpose, you're bound to fail, statistically speaking.
I agree with that, but I was different because I ain't get married. I never been married yet, right? I'm about to be married, but I've never been married yet. So my experience was I ain't proposed yet, but it's different for men because like I get married when I want to, versus a woman who like I could have proposed 2 years ago. But what I'm saying is like, so when you say you got married at 22, I can imagine you not knowing a lot about women because you only knew one woman at that point.
Yeah, like versus me, who like I know everything about women. I've studied, like being around women. I study everybody, but I know women in and out, right? Like I know what they want in men. I know what they need in men. I know the men that they are going to reject. I know the men that they that they want, even though the men don't want them. I know everything about women. So like it's a little different for me, but I can understand that perspective, right there. But like I don't think you even need a purpose to get women. Um,
You don't
I
need a
don't.
purpose to get women. You need a purpose to be a good husband. Like
Yeah, I
get
agree with
women
that.
easy. The only thing easier to get than women is a glass of water. Like nobody that women want is having a hard time getting women. None of us are. Like that's
Yeah,
not a thing for us. But it just seems like a lot of times guys put in so much work into figuring out what women want, they don't become who they really could be. Because a lot of the times, the type of men that women want, those men just aren't. And unfortunately, all men aren't meant to reproduce. All men aren't meant to have babies. All men aren't meant to be husbands. The same way all women aren't meant to be wives. Throughout history, 40% of men reproduce and have children. 90% of women do. So the numbers alone tell you that it's a lot of men that just aren't meant to do it. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it does put them in a lesser category when it comes to dating and value to women. And the men who aren't valuable to women seem to have a lot of conversations about some shit that don't even matter, like about a game they don't even play, or like in an equation that they don't even play a part in. Because again, we have, like, if you look at all the men who are complaining about women and how hard women are and all this other bullshit, it's the men that women, it's like they don't respect. It's the men that can't get women. You don't see dudes out here who have their way with women having anything other to talk about other than having their way with women, except for the ones that pander and do all that shit for the monetary reasons. But just like on a guy to guy level, none of us are doing that because we don't have those problems.
It's the baby giggles for me. That is so cute.
Yeah, she's trying to ride the dog like he's a horse.
It's so cute. Well,
he's licking his balls now, so she don't want to play with him.
I cannot. What do we think about the Super Bowl halftime show?
If you're a Kendrick fan, you liked it. If you aren't, you didn't.
Do y'all see those trending videos of the Caucasians watching it?
Yeah, now they know how we felt every time it was a country western show.
I think that there's been enough think pieces on the Kendrick on the halftime show, and all of the symbolism that people say was there, and I think it's been boiled over enough. I think it was great. I think we talked.
The people writing these think pieces on my timeline read with their hands or read with their fingers in high school. I don't take shit they say serious about nothing deep. Nothing.
I think it'd be really funny if somebody did something like artistic and didn't give any context or whatever, and let the world critique it and see how they would find meaning in it. Like if you just randomly did like an art exhibit and you put a trash can next to a broom and like it's literally just random stuff. Probably would be somebody who's like, this is symbolic of like cleaning up the city, and it speaks to the
go to a gay pride parade.
The symbolism,
huh?
I was saying like symbolism, like people who find meaning in like art and all that. I wonder sometimes if it was meant to be that deep, and it landed, or people are just really reaching and trying to find.
Like when people say everything's a conspiracy when you don't know how shit works. So I say the same, but it's about the same thing. Anytime
in the comments. Wait, what's the mustard joke? That's the second time. Y'all have a mustard joke I don't know about?
No, that's what
he says in his song.
I didn't even notice that. And when he put the heart in mustard, that's why y'all were saying mustard. What's the line?
Oh my God.
I'm not gonna do it, but he screams out mustard. Y'all probably think he's saying bust down or some other. He's saying mustard. He's talking about DJ Mustard. DJ's from.
Yeah,
that's hilarious that you didn't know he said mustard.
Chanel lost me. She said there's a lot to unpack with how artistic he is. It's not. it's just a moment. He's an entertainer doing what he's supposed to do.
She said, "No, Yonci."
Nothing about.
I honestly, I don't listen to hip hop. I really don't.
You're not missing shit. I wouldn't tell you to. Because then you get a bunch of conversations like this about, again, not her specifically, but generally speaking, Kendrick Lamar fans read with their fingers, and they're just way too deep and woke for their own good. And no, I'm cool. A lot of his fans are the Dr. Umar school donators. I don't take none of them people serious. Because you can't get them to tell the truth. They're like Cowboys fans are supposed to be. You can rarely find one of us to tell the truth about how ass we are as a program, right? Because we're America's team, we're the most expensive, all this other stuff. Nobody will tell you that Kendrick Lamar only has one good album. The rest of the albums are ass. But because people will say he's so artistic and he's got all these symbolisms and all this other bullshit, whatever, that's cool. And then half his fans right now just don't like Drake because he's light skinned. That's it. That's the only reason why. There's nothing else to it. And then he's a little fella. So everybody's like, oh, Kendrick Lamar is so cute. He's 5'3". He did look really the same size. And but that's
his little belt, his flare pants. I was like, oh, that's on trend right now with my daughter's age group.
Now Yonci said link me. I don't know if she wants to join the show.
Oh, I thought I put it in whoa. One, it's on Patreon, by the way, if I ever take too long now, you'll see. And I thought I put you in the group chat. But let me see. I could have sworn I put you. Yeah, I put you in the group chat. So, but let's see. Now you can pull that card.
She said, "Ease up on Dr. Umar."
Yeah, this is Happy Black Love. He said, "Happy Black Love Day." Oh,
I'm not easing up on shit. I donated money to the school and ain't seen that shit in 8 years, so I'm not easing up on nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Umar is definitely an interesting character, man.
Him and Jay Morrison, two people that listen. As long as I breathe, foot on neck. Trash.
Yo, Jay went mad quiet.
He don't have no choice. He's trying not to go to jail.
Matt, he don't even come to church no more.
He shouldn't go to church. God ain't happy with him. He going to hell too.
You funny.
What? All that peace. Listen, bro. I have a deep-rooted issue with individuals that I speak on publicly. So just him not go. I hope everything bad in life happens to him and only him.
What
everything. If you can name it, I hope it happens to him twice, especially on his kid's birthday. I can't stand that man.
That's
tough. Who are we talking about right now?
Jay Morrison.
Oh.
Well, and you know why though, so that's different.
Yeah.
But
I thought we were talking Umar, but okay.
No, I mean Umar just a scammer, bro. He just a woke pan African, black man don't date white women scammer. He's doing the same thing that people been doing for years. Nothing wrong with him. I shouldn't have gave him no money. Whatever, that's cool. But yeah, Jay Morris, I hope everything bad in life happens to him. I hope he gets caught in an FBI raid while after he ate Taco Bell and gets caught with his pants down and his ass unwiped.
So those Dodgers, oh wow.
Looking forward to seeing what the title of this show is.
Man. Goodness gracious. Okay, I done went through all my videos. All right, y'all. We're gonna have to come up with some titillating topics. Y'all chat. You're on the clock. You gotta give us some topics to talk about. What's trending news? What's something interesting?
How do you feel about all this government fraud, waste, and abuse that they're finding? They're up to they're up to $2.7 trillion in government fraud, waste, and abuse. They've discovered
government waste.
Yeah,
I believe that there is because I will never forget in my I think it was my economics class or something. They said that there is an actual group that studies cow flatulation and flatulence, and they get paid to study. There's so many absurd, obscure things that people actually knew what all the stuff was going for. So I do believe that there's probably a ton.
They proved it. They said that the Pentagon spent $600 million on sushi last year. Spends a year. And I'll tell you this. As a guy that has been inside of the Pentagon, and for a lot of my career. I've never seen sushi inside that building. And I've been in every cafeteria, every like little quick mart, I've never seen sushi. Ever. Like not once have I seen sushi. Right? Like never. Or we spent $5 million to get LGBT rights in Jamaica. Or $3 million for a Syrian rapper to make anti-Semitic raps. Like the money that they're so the Department of Treasury has not denied a request for payment in the past 10 years.
Wow.
So to me, what that says is that if I had known better, I would have had my company invoice the Department of Treasury for $2 or $3 million a year, and it has been sitting back here doing nothing. $50 billion in U.S. aid has gone to non-U.S. people, some of which aren't. Of that $50 billion, half of those people aren't alive that it's going to. Like, I like seeing shit like this. Like, everybody's mad because Donald Trump's president. I'm not a Trump supporter. I support logic and things that make sense. And the Department of Government Efficiency is probably one of the best things that I've seen a president do since abolishing slavery. So I don't think that it's interesting to see how many people will like, just because of who did it, it's inherently evil.
Right.
Like, I feel so bad. So bad because of how stupid it makes us look too as a people. Like, damn, if he cures cancer, it's gonna be a problem. If he may literally get rid of the IRS, which will give every American person on average $20,000 extra a year. Right? $20,000 extra a year on average. That's for middle class people. That will force our hold on for a second.
Yeah, it's wild because and I mean, I'm not really, I'm not the person that can go deep, have discussions. But from what I was told when we started this country, we were fleeing oppressive taxation, literally like the Boston Tea Party, all that stuff. And so a lot of the things that we're being taxed on is not something that the founding fathers ever intended people to be paying. So I do think that there's a lot of like things that are being done that should not be done. But as people, we don't know how as people to band together and not fight against it. For example, toll roads. I was taught this. Toll was to cover the cost of making the road. But once the road gets made, you're not supposed to continue paying it. So if you need a repair or something like that, okay, then you take it out of that money. But I feel like we've just completely reverted back to what we originally, I say we, but the American people escaped from England for. It was just excessive taxation. I was explaining to my daughter the concept that if I get a check, then the government takes money out of that check. They already got their piece. Then I turn around and I buy something from Yonci and there's a tax on it. I pay the tax on top of what I've already paid to Yonci. Then Yonci turns around and has to be taxed on the money he brought in. That money has now gotten taxed 3 times and it just keeps getting taxed. That same dollar keeps getting taxed every time. Like, that is the most corrupt, that is the most like legal cartel type of crap. Like, that is like gangster. And then if I gift it to my kids, I still gotta figure out a way for it to not get taxed again. Like, that is wild. I wish I could sell a course to someone and then they have to pay me again to buy it. And then if they wanted to sell it to their friend, they have to give me money again. And then they get like, that's nuts.
That's the thing about you being an entrepreneur, Yonci. Most people who are like just employees, they're so comfortable with the government taking money out of their check and they just so used to it. But when you gotta make money and then you gotta take your hand in your pocket and put it in somebody's hand, it's a different feeling.
It's wild. And then I have all these scams and stuff. Like, I told Monte, it pissed me off. I get these things in the mail. Oh, you got to pay this filing fee. You got to pay. And a lot of these people know how to do the verbiage to where it'll seem like it's a government official document, so that you're kind of scared into being like, oh, I should pay it because if this is, I don't want to get in trouble with it. Like, we shouldn't be terrified of the IRS. Like I have heard crazy stories of the IRS knocking down people's doors, arresting people while they're in the shower, terrifying their kid. Like it's like on some gangster stuff. The one guy who was trying to argue legally how it's illegal to charge taxes and he mysteriously died. I should have known you had a smirk on your face for a reason, sir. Y'all have the same look when you Thank you, Nayusi. Oh my goodness. Oh geez. We're gonna be here. Okay, we're not gonna cupcake tonight. Let me put in.
Said I'm gonna get my time.
He did. He said I'm gonna claim my time. Black Love Day. Oh my goodness. Okay, and he evened it out too. Okay, so we're gonna do. Okay, that's gonna take us to 11 o'clock Central Time. All right, thank you, Nayusi, for the $50. Y'all should thank them because between Nayusi, Willie, and mine, they be keeping this show going. Chanel said facts. I get emails about my trademark. Yeah, it's really annoying, and it's like making me guess. And then what's crazy is you still have to turn around and pay money for like filing tax. Like it's too much. They just
you know the craziest part. Do you know how much fees and interest the IRS charge? It is crazy. It's crazy.
It's criminal.
I was on a payment plan before, and I missed the payment to the IRS.
Oh, God forbid.
They said, like my car didn't like something like with my bank account, right? They said, all right, we're taking on another $1,000 for this fee. We're taking on another this for the interest. Like they'll charge you an extra $2,000 for.
Uh-oh, it cut out. Am I mistaken?
Yeah, the tax attorney. A tax attorney beat all of that.
Isn't the IRS not even part of the government?
Hold on, what you say, Willie?
It's a corporate, like a company.
Yeah, it's a government entity.
It
just
is?
has different oversight.
I don't know why I was told it's not even a government agency. Or maybe that it wasn't in part of the Constitution. Like the IRS is not constitutional.
No, the IRS is definitely not a part of the Constitution. But I wouldn't for like when. So yeah, I haven't had to. I guess I'm on the I'm spending enough money so I don't pay taxes plan, and break even or I get owed back. No. Or get money back every year because I'm owed because I overspend or have more deductions than I need. But the very first year that I did taxes after being a business thing, after being an entrepreneur, like I thought that it said that I was going to owe like $600,000-$700,000, and because I hadn't taken any deductions for anything, I hadn't done anything, and I had spent 4 or 5 times that. I went and got an accountant. And bro was like, yeah, I could probably get you back like 40 grand. I was like, how that's a big swing going from 6-7 to 40 on the other side. And he was like, well, I'll show you. And he's like, you got to get a tax accountant. So, okay, cool. Did that. But then one of my other companies I did have to pay for. I had to pay. I ended up owing like 30 grand. So I was like, yeah, I do a payment plan. I'm not going to give all this money up front. Kiss my ass. I'm not doing that. And so the same thing, missed the payment because I switched banks. So the checking account they were drafting from was closed. So I just forgot, my fault. But they add the fee. I don't remember what it was, but I don't remember all of them. But it ended up being like another $1,900 on top of the principal. And they wanted that fee in one time on top of the next payment. So I told my accountant, he's like, yeah, you got to get a tax attorney because that's not fair. You can beat that. And so I went and paid basically $2,500 to a tax attorney so he could actually help get me from up under that. But he ended up going and selling my entire bill, and I didn't have to make any more payments after I paid that fee. So
wow.
Next time, these tax attorneys, they're well worth their weight in gold.
What do y'all think about Netflix hiking up the price? All these things are not. Hulu went up, Netflix went up. Everybody, it's like they know they have people by the balls, so they're like,
they all tax write-offs anyway, so we don't care.
Everybody better jailbreak their fire sticks.
It's wild. Even like, different things like StreamYard went up like crazy. Just a bunch of different things where they just notify you, hey, just so you know, it's going up. And it's just annoying because it's like you can't do anything about it. It's like if your water goes up, like you can't be like, well, I'm not gonna use water. It's annoying. And then they be wondering why people resort to other ways of bringing in money. It's like, yeah, making it crazy for the average person to just live. My gosh.
But for Netflix to keep going up and canceling shows up and right, that's what don't make no sense.
Man. I feel like there's you know how Napster came out and everyone went crazy over Napster? I feel like there's going to be like a show, a Napster type that's just going to come in and like crush everything.
Let's hope.
Yeah. Apple TV, by the way.
It's already happening. Amazon Prime has incorporated every streaming service outside of Netflix and Hulu into it. Paramount Plus, all those pluses, Disney, you can get all that through an Amazon subscription and watch it through the Amazon app.
What?
Yeah.
I have Prime and I still pay for all those others separately.
So you're going to pay for them separately, but you can watch all of their content inside of the Amazon ecosystem. It's genius. It's super.
It's like you're getting a subscription within a subscription.
That was probably one of the most gangster moves I've ever seen.
Wait, I'm confused, but we pay the same thing?
So you're going to pay for your Amazon subscription, right?
Yeah.
But then there's add-ons to it. So
right.
Amazon is like $10 a month, but you add on like for mine, right? It's like $130. So I have a subscription to everything. Everything
what
else.
I'm saying is there a price cut if you get it through Amazon versus go directly to
I think it's the same. I think it's the same.
Sometimes they bundle them though. Sometimes it is different because they bundle them. Like I just got Stars and I think AMC or something like that, and they bundled them together, so it was a reduced price.
Oh, okay. Because I'm here for a reduced price.
Not all of them though. Sometimes they do it.
So what's the benefit then? I guess I'm confused. What's the benefit of going through Prime?
Is you don't have to get the other apps. You just use Prime for everything.
Oh, okay. So just streamlining your. Yeah, because we have like a Fire Stick and then stuff, and it'd be so annoying because they're it'll show you like what you watched recently, and if you click on it for whatever reason, it's like it doesn't translate. It'll go to the wrong show or something. So you have to go into the app first, then look it up, and then So, anyone else have any topics that they want to get into? Are y'all doing anything for Valentine's Day?
Yeah. I'm taking my son to school and going to cater his class's Valentine's Day party.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, my son has a lot of girlfriends at school, so I got to make sure I come through and let him show
out. Hilarious.
Oh, you should have pushed that picture up about how people who spend a bunch of money on weddings and wedding rings are more likely to get divorced.
Oh yeah, that was so interesting. I really was shocked at the number though.
Yeah, I'm a statistic, so I mean I get it. I couldn't even argue with it when I saw it.
Yeah, well, it would make sense. It would make sense to me when I think about it. When you think about the fact that so many marriages fail because of finances. And when you spend extravagantly, you're actually starting your life off together in debt.
That's what the argument said. The article said if you don't have it, but you're spending it, that is going to cause a huge, huge strain. I think that's something that's, because everyone talks about communication, but I think it's so important for people to understand spending. There are a lot of people who just have emotional regulation problems, or they use spending as therapy. And so they're buying all this stuff that they don't need. Like somebody said, most people are worried about making more money because they can't afford things. They said, if you want to make more money, cut your expenses, like start to, don't buy so much. And now you'll have more money. But the reality is most people are used to living above their means. They don't want to get a more modest house or, God forbid, have to share. But I think about that. Like, let's say if you had a plan, right, where you had a couple, and of course it wouldn't be ideal, but if you were a younger couple and you couldn't afford to get a house, but the four of you said, before we have kids, we're all just going to put our heads down and just work our butts off. And you guys end up being able to like pay down this house. And now one of the couples could take it over and then, do the next thing with the next, maybe rent it out. Like if you work together with other people, But a lot of it has to do with just self-discipline. And I think especially in America, we're so spoiled that we want everything on our own. Like I told my son, don't move out of the house just to move out. If we're willing to pay your bills and put you up, not so you could chill and play games, but if you're actually hustling and grinding and all you're doing is coming home to sleep, why pay $2,000-$3,000 a month you can have your own apartment? So for me, it's like I want to make it as comfortable to live at home as possible until they have enough saved up to buy a house. At that point, I don't mind if you're putting down toward a mortgage, but not to be paying someone's rent. Like that's crazy.
I think that we're the only community that doesn't do that that needs to. Yeah, because Mexicans do it, Jewish people do it, Asians do it, Indians definitely do it, and so it'll be for Indians living in one home, sharing resources, 4 families in one place, and then each one of the guys is working 2 jobs. The woman, and then the women take care of the house, and then they just build and expand that way. Even with that model, if you do that over 2-3 years, and by the end of year 3, everybody in that home has 2 houses.
Yep.
A house they live in and a house they renting. So
the grandparents are watching the kids, so they're not paying $40,000 in child care every year.
Listen, there's some townhouses that I have in Grand Prairie that it's like 25 of them over there, and I said, man, if I could, I would try to grab all of these and just put like all of my family in one spot. But at the same time, I wouldn't want to live there because I just need more space. But I would have no issue. I used to say that I put my parents in a home but that's because my mom would want to go to homes. Like she'd want to be in one. But like my dad, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't. But when I moved back to Texas, with the type of the plan that I have and the home blueprints, I have like a 3rd master bedroom that got its own ensuite just in case. I want to be petty though and make my parents stay in the same room together though, because I've only seen my mom and dad in the same room twice in my life. So like I would 3 times with my son graduating high school. Wow. But like I feel like it'd be funny to make them like live together just because they used to make me and like my cousins or whatever who live with us live together, and I feel like I get my lick back. They're in bunk bed. And no, I'm not gonna put them in bunk beds. I'm gonna put them in one bed. I'm gonna get them I'm gonna get them a California king because I'm nice. But yeah, and I'm gonna take the door off the hinges. Yep, I'm taking the door off the hinges and everything. Like you don't get to close no doors in my house.
I saw a video where a lady did that. She busted in and the parents were all snuggled in. She's like, "What you doing in the under the covers? Don't make me take this door off the hinge." I've seen these houses. So have you guys seen this trend where they started building not split houses like townhouses, but it's like apartments within a house. So if you have, they said like it'd be really good for if you have a high functioning mentally challenged child, they're an adult, they still need their own space and their privacy or whatever, but you're still technically under one roof. Or if you have in-laws, so they have their own little it's almost like a master suite. You have your own bedroom, your own little kitchenette, your own whatever, but it's built within the one house. You guys haven't seen those videos trending on Instagram? Oh,
sure.
So cool.
I want to find one so I can. That sounds like a good Section 8 play.
It's really dope. Like the pictures, see, like a lot of times, like if you first walk in, there will be a door immediately to the right. So it's like, let's say you come in home, you just come in, turn to the side, and go to your house, and you can basically stay in your little house within the house, and then everyone else just goes and that's really cool. I would do that for my kid, or like have a separate entrance. They can just come in the back door or whatever, and kind of feel like they have their own little privacy. That's what my dad told me. He's like, I'll build a wing on the house so you can stay at home. He did not want me out in the streets. He was like, you can stay here until a man marries you. He's like, I'll make it comfortable for you.
Our programming is so jacked up that we don't do that often like we should.
Yeah. And I think too that if a child does stay, there also needs to be a respect, like you should be grown enough to do your own thing, but they shouldn't have to be still parenting you at that point. You should still handle business. And I always said if you live life backwards, you would have so much more respect for people. Because when you're younger, you just feel like, oh, I'm just being penalized versus no, they are footing the bill for everything. I don't have to do nothing but get up and clean my behind basically and go to school.
I'm of the mind that if if you raise your kids and you're in their life their entire time, and they're not ready to be out in the world at 18, I kind of feel like we failed as parents. If that's what we knew the goal was to be. If we knew that the world sees our children as adults at 18 and we haven't prepared them to be an adult by 18, we failed them. So a lot of the time, letting our kids stay with us because, it's cheaper, that's one thing. But like where they don't have any job skills. If you look at like this current generation of 14 to 20-year-olds are not ready will not be ready or are not ready for the world. And it's sad, but at the same time, if you look at it, it's also due to their parents. And as a coach, seeing some of the kids, like I understand why a lot of the kids that I coach are the way they are because I see their parents. Like you got the devouring mother, you got the dad who peaked in high school and is trying to live through his child now. And you got the kid who doesn't have a dad, and you got the kid who only has a dad. And like you can see the problems that come with all of them. But then looking at the older levels of children that also are in the same organization I'm coaching in, like you can just tell, like these kids are about to go to high school and they're not ready for junior high yet, like mentally or like with social skills or things like that. Or just I'm finding out that up here, a lot of these kids can't read. Like they're in the second, third, fourth grade and can't read, but
in
Dr.
college, I had people who couldn't read.
Yeah, I've never had seen that.
Blew my mind.
And my son told me they're teaching them cursive in school. I was like, I thought they took that out of school. Like,
They did.
They teach him that. He's working on handwriting and cursive.
Oh, that's dope.
Super dope because he writes like he writes like a crackhead right now.
Is he in private school?
No.
Oh, I'm shocked they have that in public school. They took it out.
There are a lot of adults that don't know how to write in cursive.
Yeah, I'm in a very good school. I'm in a very good district school-wise.
When she did public school, my daughter for a while, but it was the online school. They taught her in online school, but not in public.
Yeah, I learned it. We learned it when we were kids because we had to write shit. But I can't believe that they're like some of these kids are so old and not able to do things. Like even some of the people that they apply for my internship or like you're saying my mentorship programs. Talking to some of those kids, I'm like, you think it's okay to do this at work? Or like when I'm working, I do interviews. Like I do mock interviews with college graduates, and seeing how, and I'm talking about us, the only ones I'm talking about right now. But seeing how we show up for some of these interviews is crazy. Like,
or even not having a suit, period.
Yeah, showing up in a hoodie with like, it's a phone call and like not wanting to come on camera or like just being combative and the questions that they're answering and how they're answering.
Or bringing your parents to an interview.
Oh my God, I heard someone say that.
I haven't seen that. I heard about it, but I've
had to deal with that and had to explain to the parent why that was not okay. Like, what's wrong with you?
They should, and if the fact you have to explain that to a parent should tell you everything about that child.
It did. Yeah, it absolutely did.
Yeah. Oh, and then like Kenny said, the hairstyles, like coming in with these plastic ass blue wigs, or looking like you're not gonna work nowhere for nobody that's customer facing with you looking like a fucking treasure trove with a relaxer. Like that's not how that's gonna work.
Well, I think with the generation that is coming up, there's a lot of entitlement because of the instant gratification of most technology or whatever. I think they look at it like as soon as I start working, I should be able to afford the same things my parents do. I see a lot of kids kind of like that. And it's like a harsh reality. No, you might have to drive a crappy car for about 5 years. You might have to, unless you're one of those people who really hit, perfectly and you get this really cushy job, you got to work your way through. Like, I don't like that attitude of like, I'm grown now, so I should automatically have the best house, the best this. Like, no, you gotta put in work.
I treat my 18-year-old and 15-year-old I treat differently. My 18-year-old, I made him suffer because he was so much more like his mother and had a lot of her mentalities about the world. So I made him suffer into being a lot more masculine, understanding how things are. So like he didn't get
You just had to break him a little bit.
So yeah, so his mom hated it, but now he's a freshman in college, thriving on his own, and making more money than his mother. cool, right? But my 15-year-old, he's been like me. He's trying to work and hustle since he was younger. So I approach him differently. So like I give my son opportunities to go learn things and about himself and how the world works. I can tell my 15-year-old how the world works and show him, and then he's fine. So like with his car, my son got like a 2000 I don't know, 15, 16 Jeep Grand Cherokee. My 15-year-old turned 16 this year and is asking for a demon. So aside from, the speed concerns, I'm more inclined to give it to him because I know that he understands what it takes to get that. And I think that he's a lot more mature than his older brother is, emotionally speaking. Because again, my oldest son is a very, 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 very. What is this? Oh, thank you, baby. So go ahead. So doing that with seeing that how these kids come up now with that sense of entitlement is crazy. Because I never knew how much money my parents made. I just knew that, you know what I'm saying, my dad did what he did, and we were super, super well off, and my mom did what she did, and again, she was super well off too, but I live with my father. But when I was an adult, I never had it in me to think that, well, shit, I'm 18 now. I should be able to afford a Rolex, or I should have a Lexus too. Like I didn't want those things because I knew, like, I respected how much work my pops put in. And I think that's the difference. I think a lot of our children don't see the effort that it takes to get to where we are because they either hid from it, sheltered from it, or just focused on other things when they're kids. So with my sons, I made sure that now I'm not hiding the things that I'm doing, especially like when stuff goes bad. Anytime something goes bad, like when I had the IRS audit, that they're on my ass. I told you about that. When stuff that now they're older and they understand like the dynamic between me and their mother. Well, I talk to them specifically now. Like I don't hide those things from them because I want them to see what it's like through my lens, so they don't have to go through it from their experience.
Yeah. You have munchkins now, you see?
I do.
You have a daughter, right?
I have two.
Oh, okay. I feel like I remember you saying something about having girls.
Here, the hair wants to say hi.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
All right, beat it. Beat it. But
hey, lady.
Hey, are you leaving?
Yep.
Are you cold?
No, go. Over.
Yeah. How are you? Yeah, it looks like you.
Oh, I had to stand because I've been sitting for 5 hours.
Oh shit! I got a standing desk now. Yeah. I'm gonna stand up too.
Oh yeah, put her. Yeah, I have like no circulation left. And when I do the shows, I'll be like, oof, I'm sitting. And I've been working before the show, so it's been more than 5 hours.
You said you've been working more than 5 hours?
Yeah, like I was already sitting in the chair for hours before the show, and then I've been sitting in the chair since, for over 5. It's more than 5 hours.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Yes.
Hello. Hi, Willie. Hi, Naisi.
Yeah. Hey.
Doesn't it feel good, Willie?
Huh?
Doesn't it feel good to stretch out?
Well, yeah. Now y'all won't think I'm short.
Willie is 5'7". Don't let him fool you, y'all.
Don't tell that lie, because these miserable ass people they would love to believe that.
How tall are you now, you see, if you don't mind me asking?
5'8".
And we see what's so interesting is I would have guessed like 6'3".
Go sit down. So wait, you give 5'8", 6'3", but then you give 6 foot 5'7". That's bullshit.
It's weird. I don't know what it is, if it's like a face shape or something, but like there are certain people I just think are really tall.
Willie, I thought you were a lot shorter, actually.
No, you wish
everyone thinks Willie's shorter.
No, really, it's just the angle. Like I thought you were like 5'4", 5'5".
Everyone thinks he's short.
It's wishful thinking because they feel like I talk a lot of shit, and then they're like, "Damn," but he really means it, and he can like stand on it.
No, it was the angle.
No, I thought it was too, Willie. I was shocked when you said he was over 6 feet. I was like,
I'm 5'8" and grew up with hands, so I don't worry about that.
Oh my gosh.
Yonci, how tall are you then?
You said how tall am I?
How tall are you? Yeah.
Oh,
5'1".
I'm 6 3/4.
5'1".
You said what?
6 3/4.
And 3/4. Okay. Okay.
She's 5'1".
But everyone thinks I'm taller because I used to always be in heels, so I'm 5'11" in heels.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, but now I've given that up. It's rare you'll catch me in heels. So we need a topic because I don't ran out of videos and
Come
nobody.
on, new girl, give us a topic.
So they gotta. I told them they gotta give us
a topic on like businesses. I need some advice.
So what?
I heard from you. I'm like, I need a tax accountant and an accountant in general. So I wrote that down.
Okay, I have a question. This is random. So a lot of women have been very vocal about like, I don't want to be flirted with in this scenario and that scenario. And of course, I know like somebody in an extreme situation, if you're stopping someone. But what are your thoughts, ladies who are watching? And then guys, obviously share your thoughts. Do you think that people should be picky about when they could be approached? Or do you think they should just be grateful to be approached?
I think beggars can't be choosers.
What'd you say, Naosi?
Just don't flirt at a funeral. Other than that, it's all fair game.
Yeah.
I've never thought about where I was. Like, I was just, if someone was attractive, they were like, I would never want a guy who I thought was attractive to be like, oh, I can't because it's like, I didn't know there were rules to it. I didn't even know about the gym thing. Like, people were like, don't do it. Now I get it, stopping a set. That's extreme. That's like, you should have common sense. You don't interrupt someone's set. But if a guy is looking at me and I'm single and I'm looking back, I'm going to flirt back. Like, I'm not going to, it's the gym.
Most of the time, those people that complain, they aren't attracted to them dudes. If you're attracted to the dude, I don't think you would find it inappropriate.
I wish they would say that though. I wish they would say, I don't want to be approached by someone I don't find attractive, because I always say if this guy was drop dead gorgeous, who's the guy they always say Aaron Pierre is Mufasa. If he's coming up to you at the gym, ain't nobody like, get in my face, Aaron. I'm trying to.
Y'all see, you like him.
If a woman likes you, she will. You can flirt with her on the way to her mother's funeral. Like it's about attraction at this point. Like we got to stop pretending like so this is the thing. Women break rules for men they like. They make rules for men they don't. Like that's a default understanding I wish all men have. The more rules a woman has for you, the least she likes you.
The worst is when a guy doesn't get a clue. I remember being single and I would try to be like kind and compassionate and turning somebody down. And so like my sister would be blunt. She'd be like, oh, like one guy asked her to dance. She had just come off the dance floor and sat down. We were at like someone's wedding. And this guy approached her to dance. She goes, oh, I'm sorry, my legs are broken. Like she was nasty with me. So bad. And I would just be like, oh, I'm not, like I would give some soft pushback, and then they would always be super solution oriented. Oh, well, I could, and I'm like, bro, I'm trying to be nice. Like I'm trying to let oh, well, I'm not hungry. Well, I could get you a drink. Yeah, no, I'm just waiting for her. Well, I can wait with you.
I feel like we're missing the element of conversation now. So even if someone approaches you, like there's a lot of women who just assume they want you or they want their number or whatever. It's like, just be nice to the person, be kind, talk to them, find out what's happening. But everybody doesn't want you. Like everybody doesn't want your number just because he's like, hey, how are you? Or elements of chivalry where they're opening the door for you doesn't mean that they want you in that way.
If you're attractive, it does. If you're ugly, it doesn't.
Is that what it means?
Where the guy goes, excuse me, and she's like, I'm not interested. He's like, you dropped your.
Hey, did you see the girl?
Like just being polite?
Did you see the dude in the gym? And the girl's like, I'm sorry, I'm trying to make a video. And he's like, but he's like, I said I got a boyfriend. And he was like, hey, I don't want your goofy ass. I was trying to tell you that you bleeding.
Yeah. Oops.
I wouldn't have said nothing to her. I let her leave smears over the whole gym and then be real embarrassed. Yeah, I figured that would register. I know that shit.
My worst nightmare.
So like she's making a video.
No, but she posted that of herself?
Sure. And then like she's making a video and she's doing some bullshit curls. And it's a dude behind her, so she's like assuming he's just trying to, mansplain, you know how we get when we want
Yeah.
to teach you something, try to talk to you.
I just figured she'd be too embarrassed to post that. Like,
so then boom, she was just snotty to him, and then he was like,
No
"Man,
more
I
shame
wasn't trying to
anymore.
talk to your goofy ass. I just want to let you know you was bleeding."
But I'm saying she's wild for posting something that makes her look bad. That's what
I'm saying. Like, people don't have shame anymore.
Oh, I get you. I got you.
Yeah,
No more
attention.
shame.
All attention is good these days.
That
All
is
attention is. Listen,
Still
you
the
tell me
worst
you go
fear.
to the. I don't even feel like y'all should go to the gym when you're vampire food. Like,
I don't. That's what I'm saying. That's like the worst fear ever. Like,
have some respect for us. Like, I don't want to be in there like with the arcade token shit going on, which that y'all got going
it's
on.
less about you and more of like the comfort of like squatting
Oh,
or
no,
doing
I
any
don't-
type of
damn it, comfort.
deadlifting. Like,
I don't go nowhere bleeding. If I got wounds or like stitches or some shit, I'm not going nowhere.
but you're not bleeding monthly.
That's the point. I don't go anywhere bleeding. If I was bleeding monthly, I wouldn't go nowhere.
Right.
His life would just stop, Chanel. He would
Right. It would just stop. Hopefully, you have the luxury
My
that you
life
can just
would
sit at home
stop.
all day.
You should. I think you should be able to. Every female employee I have, if she ever came with, I don't feel good, go home. I don't want to know. Just go home.
I'll never forget. Okay, so not to be TMI,
like
but I'll never forget. I had this male boss, and it was all of us girls in the department. We were all like the VPs, admins, or whatever, or executive assistants. And this one particular time, we'll just say there was a lot. It was very painful.
Hey,
Right?
go get Freddie some water.
And so I'm complaining to my girlfriends, oh my gosh, I'm like, my insides feel like they're just churning. So it got so bad, I just said, can I don't know if I asked, I said I didn't feel well. I might have asked to go home. I don't know. And he was like, okay, well, just don't give it to me. I just, we all fell out. To this day, he never figured out what it was, but we were like, they said, Joe, I'm pretty sure you're good. You're in the clear. Not viral. But it was so embarrassing.
We got bigger problems.
Right. It was so embarrassing as a woman because I'm just like doubled over and like, oh my gosh. And it's like, you can't tell your boy boss.
Have y'all tried those period simulators? This is more of a question for the men.
No, William said that on one of the other recent shows that he said he went through it and he said it was excruciating. And then William was trying to compare and saying the STD test was worse than.
It's kind of like this electromagnetic system that they strap up to the men, like right on their abdomen area, I think. And they turn it up so that it simulates like what it would feel like if we were having period cramps or like, and so the men who do it, of course, they're like, the women are turning it up and they're like, oh, it's not so bad. And they turn it all the way up and they're like, take it off.
Imagine a Charlie horse in your stomach. Like, not fun.
Oh, that's horrible.
I know when I had my contractions for my kids, I had it in my back. And it's like, it's crazy because they teach you how to do the breathing. And I never really got, okay, why are they the breathing? It's like you're in so much pain, you actually forget to breathe because you're just like concentrating on the pain. It would just spasm in my back. And I was like, oh.
I think childbirth is a beautiful thing, but that is another fear of mine. I'm like, I don't know what it's going to feel like. And I'm not ready to find out yet.
It's a terrifying thing. It really is a scary thing of like, well, I felt bad thinking about this, but I was like, I remember thinking about that movie Alien, and I was like, that's actually creepy that there's an actual human moving inside of me. And then I would feel like you see like a fist every now and then come up or a foot.
Oh my God.
And
you know what's crazy?
Our perspective, it's traumatizing. Imagine
I was introduced to that movie at like 7. So I'm picturing that right now.
I was so scared because I don't have a high pain tolerance and I was terrified. And the only good thing is that when it's actually time to give birth, you're so uncomfortable that you're like, get this out of me. So it's like, if it wasn't uncomfortable, you'd probably just be scared and be like, well, maybe I'll just wait. Your body is like, no, ma'am.
You do a hospital birth or did you what is the thing called? Doula and like.
Yeah, no, I did a hospital birth.
I don't know.
It was funny because, they give you your due date or whatever. And so, but it's not exact science. So I knew it was soon, but I didn't know exactly. So I had done my hair, so I had my fresh blowout, as I always did my own. I had fresh blowout. And then I went to get my nails done, and my nail technician later. But I was having contractions throughout the day. So I was having them in the chair. She's like, oh, no, have your baby here. Like, no, have your baby here. And I was like, no, I'm okay. And then and so I had just gotten my nails done, and then my mom wanted to drive me because she just didn't want me behind the wheel if something happened or whatever. And so she had flown out to be with me. So we went to go to the grocery store, and as we're pulling into the grocery store, which if you guys have had kids, you might know this, you feel a sensation that you need to use the restroom. And it's not, it's just that's how it feels. So I told my mom, I was like, oh, I think I need to use the restroom. My mom goes, ah! She goes, no, you don't. I've never seen my mom freak out like that. She was like, no. And she's over here cutting off semi trucks going, excuse me. Like my mom is like the ultimate, I don't want to say this, she could have her Karen energy, right? And she just, yes. And I'm like, Mom, it's not that serious. Well, it turns out it was that serious. And so she was like hightailing it. And it's so funny. So I was really calm when I was there. And I told him, I'm like, I'm having a baby. But because I wasn't like in the movies, like, I was checking in, giving them the card. And I was like, okay, well, the baby's coming out. And they're just like, oh, okay. And they put me in the pre-room, not the like room where you're having the baby. It's just kind of like you'd go to get a checkup. So I'm in the room and I'm like, okay. So then the doctor finally comes in. They check your dilation, you know how far you are. And she goes, oh, the baby's coming. I go, I missed out. But they didn't take me seriously because I wasn't going into all the like whatever. I just was like, And I wasn't loud during because I got the epidural, but I wasn't loud. But then once I had the baby and they put him on me, I was so overwhelmed because I wanted a kid my entire life. And I was so overwhelmed that I started wailing like a cow. Like I sounded like a cow in my video. And the doctors all come running back in. They thought I had some sort of what do you call it? Like something went wrong. Can't think what it's called. And then I was like, I'm just so happy. And they were like, oh, no complication. Oh my gosh. But that was a crazy experience. I went through my whole day and everyone was like, why did you look like that in your pictures? I was like, because I was fully getting ready. So I was all glammed up, nails done.
Oh, at least you were cute.
Right.
Nails done, hair done.
And everybody was like on either side of me on Facebook and stuff, like updating posts. They're like, I've never seen people on Facebook while giving. They were like, take a picture. It was crazy. I was not like the movies at all.
I feel like this wailing video should be shown at your wedding.
The what video?
The video of you wailing should be shown at your wedding. And introduce your son to like the wedding party. Be like, hey, and then the background should be like you.
I sounded like a cow giving birth. I was like, like it was the ugliest.
Hey, do it again. Hey, wait, do it again. Do it again real quick.
One more time.
And then you think it's done because you can't see me in the video, you just hear me, and it's like it was so ugly. I just remember this moment, like you're never gonna have this moment again. Be present, like don't worry about what anyone else thinks. And I just like, oh, I lost it. It was the most beautiful thing ever, seeing something that you created, and oh, I still look at him the same way, and he's 20.
Hey, y'all, for you Beyonce fans, her concert tickets are on sale, and oh my God, they're hot in giraffe ass.
What's the range? Because I know like the good seats cost, but like what's the range?
I'm gonna put in the private chat what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
What the tickets cost and then what the other part costs.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's like a special package for that?
For what I was yeah.
I didn't know there was like I think you just do what you need to do.
There you go.
But I want to know what the range is. Like if you wanted some nosebleeds.
Oh, 300 to 15 grand. That's the ticket prices.
Who was this for?
People are paying $200,000 for what do you get for $200,000?
To be able to go like in the middle of the concert and make like an announcement or something. That's what the cost is.
That okay, but you're saying the highest seat is 14.
Oh no, the highest tickets are probably like 15 grand.
Just to be in the seat?
Yeah, you get to be like front row. You get the VIP, packages and all of that stuff. And yeah, I mean,
You get a car. You can get some land.
No, for 15K.
That's a lot you can do with 15 grand.
For 15K, I get a baby from Beyonce. I'm not goddamn concert. Like,
do you know how I look at it? I look at it as an entrepreneur, and I'm like, can you imagine Chanel? If someone wanted to see Chanel Harrison so badly that they spent not to interact with you, just to be in your presence, like
just for me to breathe in your face,
maybe sweat. Can you
just
imagine what that would feel like to know that?
I'm not trying to be funny, but again, this I'm just saying it because it's relevant. People pay to go see tonight's conversation, so I wouldn't be surprised the shit.
Which is crazy to me too. There is what is that show? It was kind of stupid, but the show Swarm. Did y'all watch that at all? And it was like it was like traveling or like following fans, similar to like fans of like Beyonce or fans of like major like musicians, gurus. But she was like willing to kill and do everything to get tickets for her. It was like nausea is what they called her. But that's what that reminds me of. It was like the people in the swarm are like literally there's something wrong with them. So I don't think that I personally I don't like Beyonce like that. Like I think she's a great performer. I'm not a fan of her singing. There's a couple songs that I know, but I honestly couldn't name them like right off the dome. But I wouldn't pay that much to see her.
Hey, I wouldn't pay. I would say this though. I saw The Weeknd's last concert in 3 countries because his shit is crazy.
It was good.
I saw his concert in 3 different countries, like the same show. Like yes, it was great. I think The Weeknd probably top 5 performers right now. Number 1, Chris Brown. Number 2, damn, this is hard. I say Bruno Mars. Beyonce.
I do want to see him in concert.
You know what I love doing and having a concert is gospel, like worship experiences. Like I'm big on worship, so for me, it's like it's next level when you're enveloped in the sound, like your sound, especially if they know how to do the lights right, and you're able to worship in a corporate setting. I remember I went and it was like Fred Hammond and Israel and like a lot of people that I really like their stuff. Man, my hair was in a ponytail. I had to take my necklace off because I had like a chain kind of thing. I had to take that off. I was in the aisle like I'll be going in. That's what I love. I love a good like.
I would go see Yolanda Adams in concert. And I'm trying to think who else.
Y'all missed prime Kirk Franklin.
Kirk Franklin is like a new experience.
Prime Kirk Franklin's concerts, and mind you, he's from my home church. But like when he was first blowing up, his prime Kirk Franklin concerts, you couldn't even tell it was church music because of one, the little freaks was a church that anyway they had the concert, and then 2, like the vibe in there just felt like it was like good music. But
I saw him with what's the group that he's been traveling? Maverick City. I went and saw that. They put on a pretty good show. It was pretty.
He was hungry, and he was like singing and doing everything live. And he's not comfortable because he's so well off. Kirk Franklin, 2 underrated performers. I'll give it to him. Kirk Franklin and Selena. But again, I'm from Texas, so I don't think the majority of y'all know who Selena is. But
I know every single
yeah, I know her.
Ew.
So, you know what I'm saying? I know I'm aging myself out now, but underrated performance shows, right? I've been to a lot of concerts.
You
like,
couldn't tell me my sister we weren't Mexican when we played her song. Bitty bitty bum bum.
I used to date this girl that looked like her, and I made that her ringtone. She got so mad at me. Like, I'm so sick of y'all telling me I look like. I'm like, well, shit, blame your daddy. Like, that ain't my fault. You got some strong ass genes.
That is funny. So Kaylee asked what I think about Maverick City. I feel like some of their songs are really great. I am a bit more traditional. So for me, like if I go to a Christian event, I don't want it to emulate the world in any way. That's my personal opinion. So nobody come for me. But there were some things that, that tour was featured doing. I think a lot of it was specifically like Kirk Franklin, but just certain like dancing and stuff like that. Some of the stuff did kind of seem like wanting to emulate the world. And I'm on the, like, let's do our own thing. And that's something sacred. So that was the only thing I would say would be slightly, like certain gyrations and stuff are like, we're worshiping God right now. Like, I don't know, we're really shaking like that.
Gyrating.
Yeah. But I think like for worship music, it's just, man, music is powerful. I mean, you think about how much money people get paid to score certain films and things like that. Music is going to really transform your experience. Like you think of a really, really great show. Imagine there's no music in it. It will be weird. If it's just the dialogue and not all the suspenseful stuff. You think about sports, when the players come running out, like music is very, very powerful. So you add that element in, and then you add the spiritual factor, that could be intense. I have the privilege of going to this church in LA. It's actually, Tori, and he's now married to Sarah Jakes. But I guess now her name is Roberts. But anyway, when he was married, just before he married Sarah, and right around that time, the worship was off the chain. If you've heard of That So Major, This Is Why I Love You. Like he was in the choir. Like a lot of these people were like serious singers, but they were leading worship. Oh my gosh, you talk about using your talent for the Lord. It was beautiful. You would go there and nuts. But it was hard being there because there were so many celebrities and they had like their own little VIP area. And that just always weirded me out because I'm like, this is church. So, Kelly Rowland could sit.
I never understood that.
Stevie Wonder could sit in the same, but I guess people don't know how to act. So they had to section them off. But I'm like, when you're in church, you should just be at church, not trying to see who you're sitting by or whatever.
So I took this class in undergrad. It was called like Religion in the Black Church. And one of the topics was talking about how churches now are going from being prophetic to profitable. So a lot of times, like, people will come in and we're just supposed to be having Sunday worship. And now it's, well, make sure you wear white on Sunday. And the people who can't afford the white or can't afford, their best church get up, now they no longer feel welcome. Or now that, the word is being monetized and everything. And it was a really interesting conversation because those kinds of things would pop up where the people who are wealthy, who are famous, who have a bunch of money, like, why are you in skybox seats? Like,
if you go to traditional Black churches, you better have your wardrobe together because that, like, they don't play. It's like Kentucky Derby every Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's why I'm so glad the church we go to is very casual because you could wear whatever you have in your closet. But I used to go to a church that was it was nice to look at. Like everybody was so nice. But like if you didn't have a wardrobe, you would have stuck out.
It's like you look nice, but a lot of the spirits are not nice. It's like you look amazing. You're dressing this, we can get into that. But like I don't agree with that. Like if you're gonna go to church, go for the word. Also open it up for everybody. Like let it be somewhere that's comfortable for people to come and worship. Yeah. Not that you're looking down on somebody because you're like, oh, you wearing that? What you like? It grinds my gears.
I think that there are a lot of people who are just raised in the church and it's become a tradition for them. Like I always ask people, like, are you tradition saved or are you like had an experience saved? And those are completely different. You could tell that there's a difference. But what's sad is like it's supposed to be a situation where you come in and you're just overwhelmed by love and support and empathy. And it's, a lot of it's turned into cliquey and just everything that it's not. So it's like, if you've ever had the pleasure of experiencing actual church that does what they're supposed to do, it's radical. And I'm like, if every church was like that, it would be so different in this country.
No, church is still one of the most segregated hours and very judgmental hours in the world.
Now, see, I struggle with the segregated part only because I be liking my gospel music. And so I'm like, some places be giving the word. I'm like, man, my flesh sure wants that gospel music.
Like when you go to a church, it's like what are they, like celebration churches? And I was thinking about right recently I've been studying more of like the denomination specifically with Christianity, but I don't know, like even now there's a church next to me that's like Protestant, and I don't know if I walk up in there. Like no, they're still Christian, sure they're loved by God, you know, but I just would not go. You know, it just doesn't feel like what I've traditionally seen, like in the South with Baptist churches, Methodist, even churches that are like non-denominational, but they say like celebration, and they're just, you know, a lot of praise dancers. I doubt they're gonna have that.
I grew up
It's not a bad thing, but
very like praise the Lord, like that type. So the first time I went to my grandmother's church, I was actually scared. I was like in elementary school, but I was scared because the preacher was one of the those types of like refusing and like running around. And my sister and I were like clutching on our parents, like, what is happening? We were like, what?
It's overwhelming. First time there is very overwhelming.
If you're not used to it.
Yeah, like I've never understood, like, and this is gonna sound so judgmental. I'm not even looking at the comments. I don't know who's in here watching, but I grew up with a lot of people who consider themselves to be Christians and they weren't practicing anything in the book. And I would say that I was very outcasted by a lot of family because I was interested in studying a lot of different religions. Like, so I grew up with a Christian foundation, but I feel like the moment you go to an HBCU, you take that African diaspora class, it's over with. Like, it just goes a completely different direction. You start learning about history, you start learning about how we started praising these things or how we started following these things. And I'm not saying that I wouldn't do those things. I'm just saying I started trying to study other religions just to see which one I would align with better before I just chose to fully, devote myself to being a Christian.
Yeah.
So even with that, there are certain texts that I feel, speak to who I am as a person. Like, and also even seeing now, like just the Christians in my life, I don't feel like they follow that book to a T. I'm saying the Bible in general, but they are quick to judge someone who is studying something else or saying like, oh, I wouldn't be friends with somebody who's not a Christian, which I don't understand. And I think I mentioned that Naisi because I said I actually break onto it, and I'm the only one in my family that does. But like when I start to talk to them about Christmas, they're like, I want to hear that, So it's a very interesting conversation, and I've gotten to the point where I'm like, you choose your battles. Yeah. How do I want this Thanksgiving or Christmas to go this year? But it is very interesting stuff, and that's why I said I feel like it's a very segregated hour because it gets people in that division space where I don't want to talk to you if you're not this, or like, what did you say you're reading? Oh, that means I don't want to talk to you, like, or I don't want to be around you. And I think that's a very strange way to kind of pigeonhole yourself and not connect and be a part of community.
You can tell who hasn't read the totality of scripture and what I would say relationship, because taking all the like quote unquote rules and everything aside, you can't get through the scripture without the message of love coming over and over and over. And like you take Jesus, for example, and look at when he called people out, there were no times where he went off on somebody who wasn't of the faith. All of his reprimands were to people who were walking allegedly and basically being a bad representation. Like they were being judgmental, they were being stingy, they were being whatever. And everyone else, it was just love. Like, and I'm like, can you imagine if we did that as a whole? Just very loving, very open, very, hey, I'm trying to meet a need. It's all like everything in there is about giving and looking out for people. If they're widows, look out for them. If they're kids, look out for them. And it's like that message. Somehow it got translated into, if someone doesn't do everything that you do, you need to look down on them and condemn them. And it's sad. And most faiths are like that. It's like it comes down to kind of love and treating your fellow man kindly. But now it's become a lot of like just judgment. Like, ew, this is what
That's because of the people.
Bad.
That's what that is. I sit out on religious conversations. stance is a lot different than everybody here, but I'll just say Christians to me are some of the most judgmental people that do not follow and practice the words that they preach to.
I'm a Christian and I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. It's a self-righteousness. I feel better because I think that my sins are not as bad as your sins. And
no sin is greater than the other.
Man, it took me, and that's the environment for a lot of places. It's not about love. And I remember going to this one church as an adult, and I wish it hadn't been so far away. But it was the coolest thing because they said, we want to be living proof of a loving God. And they actually did practical things. So if it was hot, they would go in the community and pass out water. If somebody, like there was a lady whose husband just left her. And so the men got together and mowed her grass. And I was like, that's when I picture whoever you want to believe in, but Jesus, I picture that. Too.
Why he leave though?
My husband left me cut my grass.
Why he leave? I don't know about that.
They didn't even have to ask. It was like they knew what guys typically do, and the men stepped up and were like, "What do you need?" You know?
This is what my man does. He cuts the grass. Thank you. Come back.
Yeah, we cut the grass.
But I get what you're saying, Yonci. It's like community service. And
it's like love in action, you know?
I freaking love that class. Again, one more thing we talked about was like seeing those big mega churches where they're in communities that are in destitute. It's like, why do you have this brand new building, $1.5 billion, whatever, how much it costs, but the people around there are hungry? That doesn't make sense.
Have to fly in on it.
You know, so I think that's great that your church does that. Because that's one of the first things I look at. Like if I go visit a church, we also had to like write papers. We had to go interview preachers. It was an interesting experience. Talk about that later.
Man, they lost me when you started having some of these churches start asking for your social. Like, what the hell?
I don't, you know what? I don't like that's tradition that is nowhere in the scripture. Is joining a church. I went to this church, joining a church, becoming a member.
Oh yeah,
so
yeah.
I went to this church and I was there for a long time, but I had started going there in college while I was there. And I wasn't raised. We were raised non-denominational, so that we didn't have all those rules. So this was my first time going to a Baptist church, and I remember it was when I was gonna dedicate my son. So my ex-husband and I, we went to go dedicate, and they were like, "Oh, but you're not a member." And I was like, "I've literally been like a member in the
like Costco
every Sunday, every whatever, everything I'm there, but my name isn't on a piece of paper." And they couldn't stand me because I would ask questions. I said, well, okay, well, I want to make sure I'm following correctly. So what scripture is this based on? Oh, well, I mean, and then I'm like, oh, and I was like, stupid. Nobody could give me a scripture. And it was like, okay, so I could do all the things I'm supposed to do, but not be on a piece of paper. Or I could not show up at all, but I'm on that paper. So that person's considered a member. And I was like, and I wouldn't do it just for the principle of it. I was like, I should not have to do something if you can't even back it up with scripture. And that's my thing. Like, don't do stuff that is not backed by scripture. Another thing that made my skin crawl was the reverence in which a lot of these churches put on the pastors. Like the Bible talks about servanthood. Jesus literally washed people's feet. And so when they would have like the music start playing and they'd come in robes, like this one pastor would have a robe on, and then as part of the ceremonious walking to the pulpit, they would take the other robe off and put another on, and it creeped me out because I was like, I feel like this is like
performative
worship, like
it is.
Or they'd be like, oh, the pastor talked to me, and I'm like, I'm respectful of you, but I don't reverence you.
What's that big church in Atlanta? I call them Branch Davidian. With Creflo Dollar, World Changers. Because if you say anything about that guy, they ready to fight you. And I'm like, get clapped.
What's the name of it?
And you a Branch Davidian going ahead somewhere with that, man. It's called World Changers.
A lot of that stuff just doesn't, like, my spirit gets creeped out by it, you know, where everything is a certain way, or just, I don't know, it's very, very cult-like. And I just feel like at the end of the day, somebody should walk in and feel loved. And I was saying that church where they go out in the community, it was just a small little church, but the pastor would purposely park as far away as he could because he said all the really good spots are VIP. And what VIP meant was you're a visitor. And the visitors got to come in. The ushers were always smiling, and the energy was so light. And so when I first started serving, not in that church, but serving in the church that I did serve in, I remember being devastated because I started seeing behind the scenes. And I saw people like having arguments and fighting and all this nasty stuff. And then the service would start and everyone's like, praise the Lord. And I'm like, it was so sad because for me, it was real. Like, I'm like, I'm praying at home. I'm worshiping at home. I'm about to come in and people are talking about this and this and this. And I had to really catch myself not becoming hardened to just the idea of church in general. Because I was like, there's so many people faking the funk that it made me almost upset because I was like, I'm taking this very seriously. And then, I remember one time I said, it was like something like, let's just do a kind gesture for the pastor's wife and let's do her colors. She doesn't ask a lot. And for her wedding, they got married back before rainbows meant anything. They have this rainbow colors. And I said, that'd be cool if the choir came out because she's really cool and like in all the stuff. And if we coordinated with her it was her 50th anniversary. One lady was like, I don't like to pick out my outfit until the day of so I can like feel what vibe I'm in. And I just thought it's not the end of the world that you're not doing. That's okay if you don't want to do it. But that's your reason is like my vibe, and everyone else was on it. And it was just like little things where I felt like the idea wasn't coming together and showing love and encouraging people who maybe you don't know who has committed suicide that week, who is contemplating aborting a child. You're over here giving an attitude because you felt like they took your spot. Like it just saddens me. I'm like, that should be the one place of refuge that you should come at the end of the week and feel like it's open arms, it's family, what have you. At
the end of the day, even in churches, niggas will nig.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if like people are thinking about serving any type of religion, they need to remember like why they joined it to begin with. Like, what are your principles? What are the foundations, etc.? Because I feel like you lose a lot of those things when you start getting in collectives or you get around groups and like you try to do something that's in good faith to serve, pastor's wife, and you're so worried about your outfit, what you look like, and it's like I don't need to know that information. Like I don't need to know that you like pick out your outfits based on how you feel. Like I could, and I'm sure you didn't say this, but it's like I could care less. Like I understand, but
I was like,
how is
bigger
relevant
picture
to us picking out? And I would have said something like, well, I mean, since you're so good at picking things, like maybe you can help us pick out a gift. Like, I would have said something like that. But that just rubs me the wrong way. By the way, Macy, it's called World Changers Church International.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
their last name's $1. That's very interesting.
Half that church is full of scammers and Nigerians, so whatever.
It's just so
tough.
Are
the Nigerians the scammers, or they just
both
there? Oh, okay.
It's just frustrating though when it's like people are perpetrating something, but it's not the way it's supposed to be. Like someone gets to take on that name and say, this is what we stand for. But if you read, that's not actually what we stand for. And so I almost wish there was like people who call themselves like churchites or something. Like I'm just a church person. I just go to church, but don't say you actually are a follower of Christ or you're, this and this and this. There's a lot of stuff that people do. You just don't see their sin, but they some of the worst ones. And then the ones that their sins are obvious be some of the most humble people. And then you have this situation where it's like you got the big tithers. And so some churches, they don't want to say the wrong thing because then if the tither gets mad, they're going to cut their tithes and they're not going to make their money. And I remember because I was really close to the pastor at this one church that I would go to. And I remember this one service, the spirit was moving, like it was powerful. If you were tapped in, you felt it. And he always did the sermon, but the worship was just so on point. We just ended up worshiping the whole time. And the spirit was just moving like crazy. And here comes some old senior citizen telling him after, we came to get a word. And I can't believe you didn't do that. Like he didn't follow the program. And I'm like, this is spirit led. If everyone else feels it and the vibe is going, and there was an altar call, someone gave their heart to the Lord. I'm like, and that was the power of God if they didn't even preach and they came forward. And she was just so concerned. We didn't follow the program.
Yonci, we didn't follow the rolling agenda. Like,
my God.
Take all that spiritual, all that, take it to the
side.
We
do the time first. We don't do the song.
Timekeeper, please.
Yeah.
I remember I criticized I'm not even gonna say his name, but a major pastor, motivational speaker, does
TD Cakes.
Sure, yeah. So rhymes with, but I wasn't even like coming for him in any way. I was just like, oh, what do you think about this? I really don't like this. And I remember someone I was talking to was like, that's my pastor. Don't start talking about my pastor. I was like, oh,
it's
Your
like
pastor
dang,
is over here
like,
playing with boy butt. So of course
yeah,
we're
we
gonna
can't
talk about it.
It's on.
Being
And
a
y'all know I
pastor
teach
don't
kids. I have
absolve
very
you
strong opinions.
from the internet is undefeated up against pastors, handicapped children, and worse than. So you think that you get to come out here and have a whole video of you negotiating some butt play with a boy, and we're not gonna talk about it?
Okay.
What?
How?
How great.
but concerts, worship concerts. I want to go. There was one recently in Dallas. I wanted to go so badly, but it ended up being the same day as a game, and then one of his games, and then I was gonna go with the girlfriend, and we just ended up not making it. But I wish I could have gone. Todd Delaney, that's one of the guys. Todd Delaney, I really like his stuff. But I love
check out Friendship West Baptist Church.
Friendship West. Okay. That sounds so similar to the church that I went to in California. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Just imagine though, if there was if the church did, because back in the day, now you probably know about this, but back in the day, like Martin Luther King Day, before people were
I wasn't with
Nice, you probably know.
The way I said this, I didn't mean to say like you were around then.
Like you marched with him. That's crazy. That's
what I actually meant by that was not.
Back when you was with Dr. King. No.
She said that like you was with him when he got shot.
My stepson was like, just because you used to date Abe Lincoln, and that's his joke. You be talking about. Let me clarify. I know that you have studied up on Black history, and you are.
Yes.
That's what I meant, not your age. Because actually, I might be older than you. But anyway,
you're not.
So
I'm older than both of y'all.
Back in the day, the church used to be the original welfare. Like they took care of welfare. And so I'm like, that would be so amazing if it was a situation where, you became homeless or whatever, but you're part of a community. So people couldn't just scam. You could just pop up and be like, oh, I need a car. But people could actually come together. So someone had a car that they didn't need anymore. And this lady, her car broke down. I think that would be so amazing to have that system. There's a kid who something unfortunate happened to their family, someone within the church can take. I feel like that's what it was meant to be, just coming together. And it was a safe haven. It was a place for support. Somebody's house burnt down. Everybody gets together, builds it back. It was a centralized.
They don't do that now. That's one of the reasons. That's one of the things that started to turn me off is when you go to the church now, they want to ask about whether or not you're a member, want to check whether or not you've been tithing. What the hell they got to do with somebody needing help?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We've gone so far from where we should have been.
Yeah, and I don't share their personal stories either because you're gonna get judged for it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So you walk in, you tell someone you're homeless, and it's like, oh, did you see her? Oh, that's why them shoes look like that for the last 3 weeks. It's all this extra energy that the person who is homeless, who actually needs help, is not even gonna come and tell you that they need help because you're not trusted.
There's a video that went viral, and we were so disappointed. We saw it. It was this pastor calling out someone from the pulpit. And what it was is the guy was dressing in women's clothing, but the pastor used the pulpit and everyone's cheering and like, yeah, tell him, pastor. And I felt like I was just, there's a way to do things. And I feel like that's your prerogative as a pastor if you don't want men dressing in women's clothing, for example, which was this case. But I feel like there was a way it could have been handled where maybe an usher.
You can't use the pulpit to make fun of mentally ill people. That's not nice. I'm not even the nicest person, and I wouldn't do that.
It was, and then the fact that it went viral, and I was like, nobody is. No. This isn't going viral. Too sweet and so loving. It was like this relishing of, yeah, we put this person in their place. Yeah, they're not going to get over. And I'm like, that person for whatever reason wanted to come, and maybe there was something that would have, pricked their hearts and made them possibly want to change, or on their own maybe felt uncomfortable doing that. But I was like, to use the pulpit to do that is That's wild. I don't know. I have so many cringy moments as somebody who professes to be, I say, a follower of Jesus Christ, because I feel like the word Christian has gotten so watered down. But there are things that happen that I'm like, I don't identify. That's not okay.
So I had a roommate when I was at Morgan State. I had a roommate that was she was a lesbian, and her family had completely disowned her. And here come Willie. So she would read books. Like, we would have some real conversations about, like, you know, she's a Christian. She's saying she's a Christian. But again, that's what I'm saying, Willie. That's why
Uh-oh.
what does that say in your book? Like, what is it, you know, what does that mean? What does it mean for your friends, your family? She's about to cut the show, y'all.
Oh,
man, what you do? Turn the internet off?
I got the power.
Look, that's God not want her to tell that story, because I was about to ask, how you have a lesbian roommate? I want to know what this is. I want to know what this is like. Get up.
Roommate. No, it's fine.
Now y'all gotta dance to that at the wedding. It's gotta be like the wedding song.
I told him we have to incorporate it somehow because it was such a busted proposal. I was so confused. I have to make up for it. He's never gonna get over my disconnect. He was devastated.
I synced it. I was like, oh shit.
He goes, if people didn't know, they would think like you didn't want to marry me. I was like, I was genuinely confused. Poor guy. And for him to not be romantic, and then the one time he does a romantic gesture, I'm like, huh?
Yep. See, now he can say, this is why I don't do romantic stuff.
No, exactly. Exactly.
Oh, man.
Oh gosh. Well, I guess he never
had to charge her phone.
You said what?
He said she had to charge her phone.
Oh. Well, shit, the show over with now anyway.
Oh, oops. Got him.
All right, guys. I had a great time.
Peace, y'all.
Peace out.